All right, all right. Let me see. I think we're good to go. Yeah. All right. Making sure y'all can hear me first. Got to turn down the audio, of course. You know, as usually how the broadcast works. Can't have the beat playing over what I'm saying. You know that's it's kind of productive. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, in all seriousness, I appreciate the people over at Kick that's tuning in live, for the people over at Wisdom that's tuning in live, and for my people over at YouTube that's catching the live rendition of episode 129. And with that being said, there's something else. It's basically it. I have everything up for the most part. So, I mean, we can get right into it. Hold on, make sure I pull this up. Yeah, let's just get right into it. So, for people who may not be aware of how the process goes, basically I get into a variety of topics spanning from gaming and the music field. But in the midst of it, in the live rendition, I take like, not breaks, but it's like little interludes, I call them, to like look up information for the next topic, because I already know what I want to say, but I also want to actually have facts in front of me. So with that being said, if you're new, just know this is an episode. So when I get into specific topics, if you want to comment or join in as a guest via Wisdom, then I would prefer it to be on topic. And if it's not, if you could wait for the in-between breaks to say whatever or to comment whatever, that'd be much appreciated. And with that, I think we're, hold on, let me see. Pause that right quick. Yeah, I think we're doing good on time. All right, cool. All right, so yeah, we're gonna start with the intro. Once again, shout out to everybody tuning in live. Make sure to hit the follow button to be notified on whatever platform you're tuning in on when I go live. And make sure to click my link tree in my bio to follow my social medias and just to be up with the latest activities as far as my podcast. I'm on all podcast platforms via my link tree in bio, so you can click whichever platform suits you. And I like to say this at the beginning and the end of every stream. I appreciate everybody who comes in and support every week, of course, because we just surpassed, well, not just, but we've been surpassed 1.8 million total downloads in just 9 months under the hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. So with that being said, I want to thank y'all, and hopefully I can continue to give y'all topics that y'all are interested in so that we can keep this this ball rolling. I think that's the phrase. That's the one I was looking for, that we can keep the ball rolling. And with that being said, I'm gonna take a quick break, cause I think my AC, hold up, I gotta turn my AC down. I ain't gonna cap, it's hot. It's hot for real. So I'll be right back. All right, false alarm. It was not off. I don't know what that noise was. So anyways, let's get into the intro. Let me see if I can find this. Well, that's not it. That's not it. Ah, here we go. Also, for my people over at Wisdom, you won't be able to hear the audio elements from my laptop. So either, if you want to come over to Kick or YouTube, or just wait till it uploads after the fact, because the unique thing about Wisdom is you can join in as a guest through the app. So, which may or may not end up on a podcast. Sometimes people have ended up on it. Sometimes people haven't. You know, it just depends. I'll make sure this beat is loud enough. Okay. I think that's good for the most part, because when all right, yeah, that works. Okay. Alrighty, let's get into episode 129 and the intro. What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. I'm your hip hop and gaming news source with a little bit of R&B mixed in. For episode 129, we're going to be getting into a lot of sales, and by sales, via the music and gaming industry, because a lot of stuff has been happening behind the scenes that's been pretty impactful, and it's not just the writer's strike that lasted for like almost 200 days. Basically, we're going to get into a lot of sales and the correlation with, or the lack of correlation with, integrity. So with that being said, of course, gotta give y'all updates since, you know, it's a new episode. Business update. I'm going more in the direction of different brands sponsoring the pod instead of having one specific brand. I'm not going to speak on it too much because, you know, that's like behind the scenes business stuff, but I like to be transparent because y'all the ones who support me to make these even possible. So yeah, I might have heard me talk about Drizzly in the past 3 to 4 months. Now it's going to be more variety on every ad instead of a 50% chance of Drizzly ad popping up. That's as simple as I can put it, because for the podcast, of course, a lot of people like to buy in for downloads, and that's like the business aspect. I don't know if anybody or I don't know if too many people care about that. So I just wanted to lay it out there for people who's wondering about the Drizzly sponsorship, because if you don't know, a little creator tidbit, definitely make a podcast on Red Circle hosting platform. I may be a little biased, but I believe they give you the best creator tools to tailor your price to what you want. I'm not going to tell you the price I set, but let's just say the different brands that buy into that price is higher than the whole shred stuff I was doing for Drizzly. So with that being said, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Let's give a life update. Now, do I have a story for y'all? Obviously, I'm not going to give too much into my personal life because it's out there, but it's not like something I promote. One thing I realized is it's not really where you are or the lifestyle that you're living. It's more about the people around you and the experiences you share with them, the people you care about and the people who's really in your circle and the experiences you share with them. That's one of the things I've realized over time, but it's become even more and more apparent as I've gotten, I'm not even gonna say older because I'm still young technically, but hanging with certain people who have your best interests at heart is better than being in certain quote unquote live sections or just popular sections and being in the mix. Hopefully that makes sense. Basically, hanging with the people who have your best interest at heart is something I would take every time, versus just being invited to like a popular function to be with amongst others. And that's just because for me, that's just what I like. Once it was a choice, I think that's what it was, because some people say it and they just say it because they can't get into the popular section. Let's just be honest. So now I've realized that for me personally, I just choose to like spend time with people who have my best interests at heart, which is mostly family. Most of my family, if not all, and some friends, you know? So with that being said, that's my personal life update. Hopefully I didn't confuse y'all. Let's just say there's a lot of different events go on, especially if you're a college student. You definitely know what I mean. And you have to make a lot of decisions on whether to have fun or to take care of business. And for me, I've realized that taking care of business 9 times out of 10 is the better option. So yeah, that's a side point from what I just previously said. So what else? Yeah, so that's basically it. That's it for my update. Nothing really too much to talk about. As always, you know, I appreciate the people coming time and time again to support the podcast. We just surpassed 1.8 million total downloads in just 9 months under the new hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. And I know it's basically October, but I'm still saying 9 months because we just got into October. So to accomplish that feat, especially in just 1 year of starting up on a new platform, which basically resets everything to zero. You got to build everything from the ground up. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, listen to my segment that I titled Notorious Mass Effect versus, I think it's UMG. Hold on, let me look it up myself, because I don't want to send y'all in the wrong direction. But basically, I don't feel like explaining it because I already explained it a million times. But if you want to hear me explain it again, yeah, look up Spotify versus Notorious Mass Effect, and then parentheses I put podcast deleted. So that was a whole ordeal where I was taken down by UMG, come to find out. But of course I just put Spotify because I didn't know at the time. But had to start all the way over this year, and coming up on October to have 80,000 weekly downloads, to have 1.8 million total downloads in under 10 months is like a bounce back that I did not see, because compared to Anchor, I was averaging at the most 9,000 downloads a week, which is not all about the numbers for me, but I like to point out when people are supporting in a way that has surpassed my expectations, if that makes sense. So I like to point it out because I don't want all these people listening to think I don't care about the support. You know, hopefully y'all don't get that inclination that I just don't care about everybody tuning in. You know, I don't know why you would, because you know I usually say every stream that I appreciate everybody who comes in and checks out the podcast. So for the consistent people who come over time and time again, that's the current overall numbers that we're at, and hopefully we continue to climb. You know, at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep trying to come up with different topics that keeps y'all entertained. And with these different episodes, I like the format of it because, of course, I cover new music. So you're gonna get something new every single week, and especially Thursday at midnight when I cover all new, well, not all, but like most of the popular new music releases. So with that being said, hold up, I gotta make sure there's nothing else left to get off my chest. Oh, another thing. Hold up. I do got something to say. Okay. So I'm 23, right? I have to say my age because it's apparent, or it's a part of this story. You know, get in line with my friends, you know what I mean? We having fun and everything. And that's not the point. Checking into certain parties that has a limit of 21 or over, and you have to show your ID, right? I'm a black man in a certain place that has a lot of white people, right? So when I hand them my ID and they look at it, oh, also I'm from out of state. I'm not gonna tell you which state because I'm just giving you a story, all right? I'm not trying to have you all in my business, but it's out there. I'm just not gonna promote it. So basically, I'm out of state, right? Give them my ID and tell me why every time I hand a bouncer, I guess is what they call my ID, they look at it like I'm just the biggest killer in America. I'm like, every time I hand them my ID, they staring at it, they put it in the light, they twisting it around, they squinting their eyes. I think one time a dude pulled out a brand new pair of glasses just to look at it even closer. I was like, ain't no way this is happening to me every time I go to a bar. And I'm telling you, this is a lengthy process, at least 5 to 10 minutes. They're just looking at it. They like asking me all. Imagine how frustrating it is to have this happen every single time. They're asking you questions about your hometown. Oh, where'd you do this? Where'd you go to school? I'm like, honestly, I don't want to be that person, but you know, when you play certain sports, you're pretty well known in certain communities. So I'm like, if you was there, you would have knew about me. I ain't want to say that because then it comes across a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Because I told you I used to play basketball, but that's besides the point. Yeah. So the last, like, obviously it happened, you know, recently. I'm just like, it's not a big deal, but it's just so frustrating that they think it's a fake every time they look at it, and they squint their eyes, put it in the light, all type of stuff. And so my thing now is just to automatically just call for the manager. I'm like, bro, like, you know, I do it in like a nice way. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be nice, because as a black man, they would just say, oh, I felt threatened, you can't come in, right? So I say it in the most polite way I could put it. I'm like, just have your manager look at it, right? That's what I say. And they usually have the manager come, they look at it, and I get to go in. And so, I don't know, I just had to bring that up because that is beyond frustrating. When I tell y'all that little stuff like that is just like, but why am I even out here? Like, if, you know, sometimes it's like, you could take it as a compliment, or you could take it at face value, which is, I'm a black man, most of the bouncers are white, looking at a card that they think, oh, we get a lot of out of state. I'm like, well, I'm actually out of state. So at this point, like, if y'all can't tell the real from the fakes, then who's winning? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So anyways, I had to get that off my chest. Oh, you know, that felt good. That felt good. All right. That's it. All right. You know, these episodes are also therapeutic for me. And I think any podcast is therapeutic for the podcasters, depending on if you're talking about, except for the crime podcast. I don't see how they do it, covering that stuff every single day, every single week. They are a different breed. So that being said, let's get into an episode. All right, I had to tell y'all, that because I had a good time. Of course, you know, of course I had a good time. It never like stops my good time, but it's always like one of those things where it's just like, dang, like what do I like? I don't care, but it's just annoying. So it's like one of those things where you don't care, but it's annoying, and hopefully y'all can relate with that type of sentiment. So before we get into episode 129, I done turned off my beat. Hold up, give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Before we get into episode 129, which is basically titled "Sales Over Integrity, Is It Worth It?" Because we're gonna get into a lot of numbers talk. Make sure to click my Linktree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the top of my Linktree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Now, let's get into the first topic of episode 129, which of course I'm starting off hot with Doja Cat first week sales. All right, and so for people tuning in live, that's usually when I will cut and then get into the next topic. But for the live rendition, I'm pulling up the information I need. Dang, not 55,000. It done changed over time. Goodness gracious. I wonder if there's any Doja Cat fans in the chat, man. Like, how y'all feel about y'all favorite artist flopping? Like, promoting the devil just to flop is crazy work. Like, that's just what DJ Khaled said, or what Phantom from AMP be saying. Hey, God did. I'm just saying. Praising the devil just to flop is ironic in itself. Let's see, 5 days. I need an up-to-date one. 5K US first week sales. Is this the same article? The headline Planet. Maybe it is the same article. I think it is. I just want an up-to-date one, because at this point we should have like official numbers. I don't know what type of site this is. We're gonna go with this one. Dang, ain't nobody reporting on Doja Cat's official sales. Her label must be working overtime. They was like, don't put them numbers out. That's literally what artists like have their management do. Like at a certain point, like that's like bad promotion for your album. If you're a major label artist and selling under probably like 50 to 60,000, they don't want that. They don't want that out. Because it's not even like independent artist numbers, but it's still not the greatest, especially for Doja. Like I was comparing her to Drake, man. I'm at to, I'm about to take that back, man. Unfortunately, it's not really too many people reporting. But guess what? I bet you Twitter did. Which Twitter still called X. Well, it's now called X, but I still call it Twitter. I don't know. Maybe that's a problem. All right, Doja Cat. Y'all watching that Kansas City game at 7:30, 7:20? I don't think this will be over by 7:30, but you know, what I mean, I'm just wondering. Y'all can have it on in the background. You know what I'm saying? Not too crazy. Doja Cat, Scarlet. First week. Yeah. I kind of just want to have her sales up in general. Yeah, let's just. I want to have her stuff up in general. Mm-mm-mm. Dang, Jungkook and Jack Harlow finna get #1. That's crazy. Amy. Hold up, they keep saying Amy. Now I gotta look this up. Are they really hiding her first week sales? This is crazy. Doja Cat, Scarlet, first week. Mm. Ain't nobody reporting on it. That's interesting. Well, I guess that's what the Notorious Mass Effect is for. We finna get into it. Like literally, people are asking. So does anyone know Doja Cat's first week sales? That's crazy. Academics haven't even like reported on it. That's wild. He usually is the first one to put that type of stuff up. Well, all right, let's put in Doja Cat Billboard. Single, okay. Oh, hold on. I can look at the charts myself. All right, let's see how many tracks she has on the top 50. I think I can only look at the top 50. I'll have to look at another chart to look at the whole hundo. Uh, she has one, two. She has 2 tracks in the top 50. It's not bad. I wonder if I can extend it. Let's see. Music sales. I want the top 100 overall song streams. Bro, Drake is really the GOAT. That man's by far and away #1. That's crazy. I mean, obviously it's a track with SZA, but still, #1 is #1. That's tough. Where's Doja Cat? Am I tripping? I'm not seeing her at all. Are these updated? This can't be updated. Cardi B and Megan. Oh, that bongo song was a flop. That's tough. Um, huh. I don't see her in the top 50 at all. Chart date. I don't think this is up to date. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see, hit list. That's not it. So I gotta look this up because if I'm talking about sales, I can't be wrong. Overall song streams, his top 50. Hmm. Seems like she debuted at number 4 as far as album, but she wasn't even. That's tough. That's tough for real. Okay, so we got the album sales. Now I need. Oh, I'm tripping. Doja Cat's right there. They don't have the updated album cover. So she has one in the top 3 with Paint the Town Red. She has that's it. Damn, what J. Cole say? How many faking their streams? Getting they plays from machines? I don't even like J. Cole. Man, that's a bar. Like, let's see, pull this up. Put this aside a little bit. Um, Doja Cat. 24.6 million followers. Yeah, I gotta get whooping. She's posted 5 days ago. 5 days ago. 5 days. She posted 3 days ago. Skechers Doja Cat. Uh, 2 days ago. What in the world? Doja Cat just be posting whatever. All right. Bro, Doja Cat's like profile picture is just beyond atrocious. Like, come on, ain't nobody trying to see all that. Like, especially if you're scared of spiders. Like, bro, I'm not trying to see that. Because if I saw that in real life, that would be it. That would be it for me. Like, that spider will win. That'd be it. All right. I think I have everything I want. So Doja Cat's Instagram, and I do need. I said what I said. I like Paint the Town Red. I like the chorus, the second part of the chorus. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. All right. Points. I think Uzi putting up the upside down cross was just like to let people know that at least his like devil promotion worked with his album. Like at least he sold a lot with his album. Doja Cat was just out here flopping promoting the devil. That stuff crazy. Like imagine selling your soul and still flopping. That stuff, that's different. That's different. That is different. All right, so she has snooze. Paint the town red. No, that's scissor. Looks like she has 69,000. Whatever. All right, let's get into Miss SZA. Oh, not Miss SZA. Let's get into Miss Cat. And I apologize for what you're about to see on the screen. But I swear to you, this is her profile. It's not mine. I can't do nothing about that spider. Like, I don't know why she got that up there, but obviously somebody likes to look at it. All right. Let's see. All right. But it's almost ready. I have too many. Oh yeah, let me take that out. Doja Cat Billboard. Stop. Why is this taking so long? Come on now. Is this like best performance? Ain't no way. I don't know if I switched it. I did switch it. Just slow for no reason. All right, buddy. We're not doing that. I apologize. I had to pull this back up right quick. It was acting funny. There we go. I said let's act like we got some type of hardware in this laptop. All right. All right, I'm good to go. Unfortunate. I want to start this off by saying Drake drops this Friday. With that being said, to all my OVO boys out there in the sweatshop, I have to apologize. I said in my Doja Cat Scarlet segment that this is the reason Drake pushed his album back. And boy, was I wrong. You know, sometimes in life, you give an opinion that's just downright false. The type of merit that I had behind it, I believe to be a lot, because if you would have told me that leading up to your album, you would have had the number one song in the world, I don't even think it would have crossed your mind that there was a possibility that your album could flop. So who I'm talking about is Doja Cat and her new album Scarlet. Because it's not even expected to compete with number one. You want to know the top three albums? Of course, Olivia Rodrigo with Guts selling 89,000 in I don't know how many weeks it's been out. Rod Wave with his album Nostalgia, 84,000. Morgan Wallen, that man just won't go away, will he? Morgan Wallen with One Thing at a Time, 71,000. And then you have Doja Cat Scarlet at 69,000 first week. And this is her first time being on the charts. The reason why I say first time, because when your first week sales come out, usually that's an indication of how much anticipation you've built up for your album, or how much your fans care to listen to your album as soon as it comes out. A lot of people listen to music for fun, which is nothing wrong with that. Then you have stans and core fan bases who listen to every single new release their favorite artist drops. Doja Cat, I believe, was one of them, because after seeing Paint the Town Red literally become the first hip hop song, I believe. Let me make sure this is right. Paint the Town Red literally became the first hip hop number one track of 2023. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So Paint the Town Red by Doja Cat becomes the first rap song to hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 since Nicki Minaj's Super Freaky Girl over a year ago. And I think, well, no, Super Freaky Girl, she hasn't put out the album yet. But basically, what I'm saying is that usually when you have a single that's so successful that out of all the songs in the world, everybody's playing this one the most, and you release an album to capitalize off of that, I would think that you would not flop, right? So I thought it was safe to assume Drake pushed his album back for the possibility that Doja Cat could outsell him in first week sales. That's why I started off this segment by saying I apologize to my OVO boys out there. Because look at this, right? For people on my Analytic Dreamz video podcast on Spotify, I'm about to go through her Instagram. Now, if you're not on that, make sure to go over if you want to watch the video along with the audios on my Spotify Analytic Dreamz video podcast if you want to look that up. Also, it's in my Linktree. But anyways, let's go through her Instagram, right? Hopefully none of this is like too much as far as like scaring y'all, but I want y'all to see some of this imagery. The reason I'm being quiet is because to sell your soul. Oh, look at this one. I ain't gonna lie with that one's kind of fire. But anyways, to sell your soul, or not even sell your soul, because that's like a buzz phrase or a buzz term or whatever. But look at this right here, right? Let me tell y'all something. To praise the devil and to still flop is insane. Because you've seen so many artists like Sam Smith, who was at an award show dressed as the devil for a whole performance. You've seen Lil Uzi Vert have so many antichrist symbols as far as the upside down cross, and he sold tremendously for his album, The Pink Tape. So you've seen this marketing strategy work time and time again. It's the easy integrity. No, it's the easy sales over integrity, which is why this episode is titled that. Because of course, this is not the only aspect I have of this, but I do want to say celebrating devilish images, whether you're religious or not, it's very abrasive and wanting to have attention on you. So when you choose this marketing strategy, you're going to have a lot of eyes on you. And to still flop, like relative to the major label that she's on, this is a flop. Doja Cat is on RCA, which is a major label. You want to know who else is on RCA? Or SZA. SZA's also on RCA. Trying to see who else. In parentheses, they have the bigger major label. I don't know what SME stands for. I'm tripping. I think it's Sony Music, but let me make sure. I don't want to just be saying stuff. The reason why I'm bringing up major label, because obviously they're the machine that helps you, for lack of a better term, fake your streams a little bit more efficiently, you know? So Kemosabe Records / RCA Records. I wonder what the SME stands for. Hold on, let me type that in right quick. Because that's going to help me with the other artists on the same label. Because there's subsidiaries and there's the major label. And the SME one is the major label. RCA SME. Because this is going to help me clarify my point even further. Okay. That's why I knew it was that. Okay, Sony Music Entertainment. I don't know why I was blinking on that. I was thinking it was that. I just didn't want to misspeak. Rod Wave is under Sony Music. Let's see. Doja Cat, of course, is under SME. SZA's under SME. Travis Scott is under SME, and they are all in the top 10, right? As far as album sales. Difference is most of these, well, every artist besides Doja Cat I just named, those albums been out and they're still in the top 10. With Doja Cat, with her first week being so low, I do not see this lasting on the top 10 list as far as album sales, which some people may be like, why are you pinpointing album sales? It doesn't really matter that much. The reason why I'm pinpointing it is because I came out and said that Drake pushed his album back for Doja Cat Scarlet because of the possibility that she could outsell him. That is just asinine at this point. With Scarlet selling 69,000 first week, not even competing for number one, slid all the way to number 4. The follow up to Planet Her, which generated 109,000. Think about this. Your previous album sells 109,000 first week. Scarlet is coming up, and you have your biggest track of all time in Paint the Town Red. You would not even think or contemplate selling even close to 100,000 because you're like, I sold 109,000 last time, and this time for this new album, I have a single leading up to it that's my most successful single of all time, and then to put the album out and the numbers come out like this. Nowadays, it's so hard to figure out what album projections, no, not album projections, what albums are gonna do before they come out. Because if your single is selling one way, like you're the hottest artist in the world, and your album is selling like you're mid C to C tier to D level artist, that there's no correlation to where you could be like, I could have pinpointed that. So I think the music industry is having a hard time trying to sell these albums, and we have to start putting more respect on people who actually put up triple digit numbers when it comes to first week sales, when it comes to Olivia Rodrigo, Rod Wave, SZA, Travis Scott. Basically, the big dogs in the industry has to get more respect for having their fans listen to the entire album instead of just one singular song that was kind of catchy. More respect has to be placed on album artists than single artists. And we're seeing it with Cardi B. Cardi B just had, I think, one of her biggest flops with Bongos because WAP was one of the most successful hip hop tracks of all time. Now you have Bongos fighting, and I mean fighting for dear life to stay on the top 50, and it just came out like a week or two ago. So when you are an album artist and respected for your albums time after time, because you could do it once. Obviously, Cardi did it once with Invasion of Privacy. But when you do it time and time again, like a Rod Wave has, like a Travis Scott, like a SZA, I think that's the point where you can kind of surmise that they will have stable sales whenever they put out an album. That is what I think was missing for Doja Cat. So I had so many theories on why Doja Cat flopped, and I just realized she may just be a singles artist. Her fan base may not really like her albums like that. And that's crazy to say because her last album sold 109,000 first week. But in the midst of that, she done told her fan base that she don't love them. She done told her fan base that they can go forget themselves. And that's the PG way of me saying it. She done told her fan base that she don't really like care about them. She don't even know them. Like just all type of PR nightmare scenarios that Doja Cat was accomplishing in real life, to the point where now when Paint the Town Red went number one, it was the biggest song in the world. She was like, oh, this marketing strategy is actually working. So let me keep playing into this devilish mantra, and all of my sales are gonna go up, because obviously when I do this marketing tactic, it works, which it did with Paint the Town Red becoming the biggest single in 2023 for hip hop, or the first number one for hip hop. Obviously Drake has the second. So now I'm gonna keep leaning into the devilish imagery. I'm gonna put out this Scarlet album, and I'm not even contemplating that I'm a flop. Like, I'm thinking that I'm about to blow the roof off with these sales, and then for it to come out and not even number two, like you wasn't even runner up in album sales or first week sales. Number four for an album you just put out, being under Sony Music Entertainment, having the number one song in the world, is beyond a disappointment. So with that being said, I think I pretty much covered everything. It was really interesting to see that even Paint the Town Red, which is like Doja Cat's still like biggest accomplishment in 2023, which it is a big really the biggest. It's like a Super Bowl for an artist to go number one in the world as far as your track. So Jungkook, obviously, with Jack Harlow, the new track 3D is tracking and they're projecting it to dethrone Paint the Town Red on the global 200 chart after a month-long worldwide reign. So that's how long Paint the Town Red has been running the charts. But they say that 3D by Jungkook and Jack Harlow is set to dethrone it. It may not happen. It's still projections. This came out like 13 hours ago as far as this report. But Jungkook did have a huge single with Lotto with 7, which was like top 3 for, it's still like top 3, top 5 right now as we speak, I believe. Yeah, because I don't think they have the actual global sales up. Hold on, let me go to global sales. I think this is just the US one. And global sales, Jungkook has, yeah, it's still number 2. So Jungkook still has the number 2 track in the world with 7 with Lotto. So for him to have a number 1 with 3D with Jack Harlow, at that point, man, he may have to forget BTS and go on a solo run, because that's ridiculous. But anyways, I'm not gonna be a dead horse. I just really wanted to apologize to my Drake fandom out there, because at the end of the day, I am a huge Drake fan. I doubted my GOAT and I paid the price. You know, sometimes in life, you just have to admit when you're wrong, and this is one of those scenarios. I had to break down why I was wrong. When Drake drops, of course, I'm covering everything. I mean, that's my favorite artist. So hurt my heart that I doubted him, and I was just so wrong with my projections, like beyond wrong. Like, I was thinking Doja Cat was finna do 300, 400 for first week, like some Travis Scott type sales. She ended up selling 69,000 and being number 4 on the album charts instead of number 1, which I just thought it was not even a question. Like, I thought she had it in the bag. So that stuff's crazy. So anyways, basically, to sum in summary, Doja Cat flop. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Doja Cat and just selling her soul, praising the devil, and it all resulting in a flop? And also, what do you think she could have did to not have her album sales be so low? All right. Shout out to the people in the wisdom chat. Shout out to people over at Kicking YouTube. Right now we're switching to the next topic. Obviously that was Doja. You know, I had to get, you know, I had to start with Doja because I felt like, you know, I had to get that off my chest, because it felt bad to doubt the GOAT. That's like when I doubted LeBron back in I think it was 2020 or 20. It was like when he first joined the Lakers. I was like, dang, he may never win a ring again. And he ended up winning a ring in the bubble. I was like, gotta stop doubting the GOATs. So, anyways, yeah, let's go and switch to the next topic. Let me see if I can pull this up. All right. I wonder if Doja Cat's y'all favorite artist, cause if it is, then why y'all let her flop like that? That stuff ain't that ain't it. I gotta answer for that. Let me see BTS. All right, so we're about to get into BTS because yeah, Jungkook is going crazy, and I gotta talk about the group. At this point, Jungkook is probably the most popular member in BTS. I think it's safe to assume that. I may just have Twitter up this whole time. Twitter search engine is really, really like top tier. Like I think I've been underestimating the search engine. Like it's way better than Google, all that other stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, BTS. Dang, not all seven. Not all seven. All right, let me see this right here. It said all seven BTS members reached the top 100 charts. I guess it makes sense as a group they be killing stuff. So, anyways, let's see, new contract. Photo is not for sale. Why they say it's not for sale? Who trying to buy a BTS photo? Y'all out here buying BTS photos? That's what we doing. Let's see. I honestly can't believe Doja Cat flop like that. Like that's gonna be. Like, that's just. That was like surprising. Like that was like. That's like when the Heat beat the Bucks in the playoffs. It was just so unexpected. Like yeah, it could happen, but it was just so unexpected. Speaking of the Bucks, can you believe they lost in the first round and then their reward was Damian Lillard? I'm so tired of super teams. This is coming from a Kyrie fan. So I think I'm just tired of super teams because I know Kyrie won't be winning a ring anytime soon. All that Luca praise, I thought it was nah. I mean Luca nice, but that man, that man don't play no defense. And Kyrie don't play no defense. So it's not like I'm saying he played defense, but it's like them both on the same starting five, that's sad day in history, man. They're not finna do nothing. Then they got uh the dude from Boston. I think that was his name is Grant Williams or whatever. That ain't gonna help. Like if I was the GM, I'm getting the best defensive big man, right? So for like um obviously you have to keep budget in context. So I would go after Clint Capella because we need a rim protector because we ain't guarding nobody. So we might as well get a rim protector. Then after that, I'm getting one of the best wing defenders in the league. So I don't know who's the best wing defender. Like for Grant Williams, I don't know if he's known for his defense. Like, isn't his arms like super short? I ain't even trying to be funny. That's what they say. They call him like T-Rex arms. So, but I say all that to say, bro, the Mavs are just gonna be trash. Like, it's no saving the Mavs. Like after seeing the Bucks, the Lakers, now they look like something serious. But AD's bound to get hurt. I don't want to wish nothing bad on LeBron, but that man is 80 years old. Y'all really think he gonna make it through the season? Um, who else? The Bucks, Lakers, Suns don't play no defense, so I don't know. I think Boston's the best team in the league currently. Nah, definitely the Bucks, cause Giannis be doing it with no help. I mean, he had Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. Drew Holiday's on the Celtics now. Yeah, no, I think Boston's best team. No cap. Anyways, let's get into BTS. I think I'm ready. All right, make sure to transition. All right, cool. For my people over at Kicking YouTube, I should be able to see it now, hopefully. And yeah, let's get into BTS. Did y'all know that all 7 members of BTS has reached the top 10 of the artist uh 100 charts? And what that means is the Billboard Top 100. And as far as charting, every single BTS member has put out a song that has entered that chart. That is insane. That's like if I really don't know a 7-person group in like any genre besides like bands, like rock bands, of course. But I would say that's like if, what was it, Wu Tang? It's like if Wu Tang had way more than 7 members. Anyways, there's really no comparison, basically. And honestly, that's a great transition to what I'm about to get into. Because of there being no comparison, Big Hit Music, which is the major label that BTS is under, has officially signed them for a second time. And this is in anticipation of BTS coming back together in 2025, because if you don't know, some BTS members are completing their mandatory military service. So the reason why all these different BTS members are putting out solo music, and you see some stuff from J-Hope, you see stuff from Jungkook. I don't know all the names. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is it up here? I don't think all the names is up here. Oh, it's literally on the screen. Yeah, no, I can't read. My fault. So J-Hope, Suga, Jimin, V, Jungkook, Jin, RM. The only ones I haven't heard a lot about is Jin. That's the only one. And that's no disrespect. I just haven't heard too much about him. But as far as the most publicized member for what I've seen, I would probably say Suga. I know J. Cole gave that verse to J-Hope, but that man, Jermaine, when it comes to his culture vulturing tactics, like he would just choose the worst way to give a verse to these overseas artists. Like if you heard his verse on Burna Boy, you would have thought that he paid Burna Boy to put that verse on his album. Like that was some atrocious execution that happened with that song. From J. Cole's verse to the tempo of the beat to the way Burna Boy was coming on, like he was ending off the album, and J. Cole came on like he was basically took 2 NyQuil pills and went to sleep, and then woke up and recorded his verse. Like basically it was terrible, right? Anyways, that was a side tangent. Well, all of these members, okay, so basically all of these solo members from BTS is putting out music is because some members of BTS is completing mandatory military service, and they won't be able to come back together as a group until 2025, which is coming up pretty soon if you look at how the industry works and stuff. Like it's basically not that far off, right? So Big Hit Music was like, let's get this deal done because these boys putting up numbers and we don't want them to go somewhere else. Because best believe me, Universal Music Group would have been swooped up and signed BTS if they could. So I believe Big Hit is under South Korea as far as like home base. So I think they're trying to, keep them under the umbrella instead of, losing them to a foreign major label, which makes sense. So let's keep going. BTS, of course, debuted under Big Hit Entertainment in 2013, and they renewed the contracts for the first time in October 2018. And of course, you don't have specific details of the contract because that's like illegal. Like literally every contract of this magnitude is like, hey, you can't tell nobody about the specifics of this deal. Because imagine you went to your work, right, and y'all was just openly disclosing contracts, and you realize you do more than this person, but they get paid $60,000 more than you. You're gonna throw a fit. So, anyways, the details of the contract is not disclosed, of course. Jin and J-Hope from BTS are currently fulfilling the mandatory military duties. So, Suga is set to join them soon, and BTS. Okay, so there's only Jin and J-Hope and then Suga that has mandatory military service left. I was wondering why I wasn't hearing as much as news about Sugar. But anyways, I think it's very strategic the way they're doing this, right? They're making each solo act put out music and then go do their mandatory military service, and then while they're doing that, they have another act come put out music. So it's very strategic the way Big Hit is maneuvering this whole mandatory military duty stuff, because you know they have to do it. It's not like US where you could just say forget your country and everybody just gonna let it rock. Like in South Korea, you're forced to go serve on the mandatory, or to serve in the military. But speaking of the US, BTS has achieved so much success. One of the most successful groups of all time, literally, like of all time. Beatles, um, Jackson 5, um, is One Direction. Are they in that category? I don't think so, right? I don't know too many groups. Outkast, um, you get what I'm saying, right? BTS is one of them. Like as far as history and 10 years, 15 years from now, BTS is gonna have a legacy of putting K-pop on the map for the US. Like they literally met with the president of the United States simply because their impact on the states was so big. Like forget their hometown where they get like billions of streams. Now they come to America and they also putting up numbers on the Billboard charts. So speaking of those numbers, it includes um I totally blank. Oh, they've topped the US Billboard Hot 100 singles chart and the Billboard 200 albums chart. And if I had to look at, I think they've had multiple albums out. Let me see. You know what would go crazy? And this is a side point or a side tangent. A Drake and BTS track. I'm not gonna lie, Drake would probably give the most culture vulture verse we've ever heard in life. But with that being said, yeah, they have a bunch of albums out. So yeah, no, their fan base loves when they put out albums. Like sometimes you wonder if a certain group or whatever is an album type group or if they just are popular from their singles. From the looks of it, they've been going since goodness. They've been going since 2013. They've been in this game a decade. That's insane. And they still relevant, even more relevant than they've ever been 10 years later. I mean, that brings a whole nother meaning to the Drake line when he said, "Give it 10 years, we'll see who's around a decade from now," something like that. And basically, BTS could say the same thing because they've been around a decade and they looking better than ever. So, what else? BTS promised to stay together in 2025 and beyond, of course, in their statement. Hybe, the parent company of Big Hit, expressed support for BTS, of course. I mean, like, imagine you're managing BTS, you're gonna support them. That's like, that's like the GM of the Lakers being like, you know what? I think Lakers just gonna be all right this year. Like, nah, you gonna support them with every ounce of your energy. Um, so yeah, it's really not too much to get into. K-pop was put on the map by BTS, but they are not the only ones. If you want to get more into the BTS and the K-pop field, Blackpink is another group that puts up numbers. Of course, Jungkook literally has the second most popular song in the world with Lotto, which is called Seven, and is rumored and projected that he could have the number one song in the world with Jack Harlow, which is titled 3D. As far as the other BTS members, I really don't see any other ones. I see a lot of R&B and rap. The Weeknd is still on the charts with Starboy. That man's different. Sorry, I just saw that. Uh, so yeah, that's basically it. I'm trying to see any other beats. Oh, New Jeans. Okay, New Jeans with Super Shy. They're number 41. And the reason I know that K-pop is because I cover most of these K-pop artists. Well, not most. I cover the popular ones, and I remember covering New Jeans one time. And speaking of New Jeans, I think they're having or it may already be out. It's like a track for League of Legends tournament, I believe, that's coming up soon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. You can look it up. I'm not getting into details, but basically, yeah, they putting out or they may already have an anthem out for League of Legends. So there's that, because I think that tournament is happening in South Korea. You're probably like, how do you know that? Well, Notorious, Mass Effect. Whenever gaming and music collides, I try to pay attention. So anyways, that's basically it. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Big Hit getting BTS to renew their contracts for 2025 and beyond after completing their mandatory military service? Do you care? And if you do, who's your favorite member of BTS? All right, let me see. Put that up. Put that up. All right. What's next? Next on the docket? The docket. That's not a word. The docket. Um. Oh, shout out to the 10 people we have in the wisdom chat right now. Just know this is Notorious Mass Effect, where I cover gaming and music. What else? All right, that's basically it. That's basically it. All right, episode 29, 129 right now. Getting into a lot of topics. Make sure to click my link tree in my bio to keep up on my latest activities, all that good stuff, shameless promo, all that stuff. Follow for when I go live. All right, yeah, that's all I got. Let me let me see. Let's get to the music industry. This should be a pretty quick topic. Apparently, it's the biggest it's ever been, and I attribute that to one person. I know y'all gonna think I'm riding, but I think it's because of Taylor Swift. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do not think it's because of anything else. It's just because Taylor Swift has had one of the greatest years I've seen an artist have in history. I think that's why the Travis Kelsey news is so crazy because she's been having such a crazy year. Like, why share that with anyone? Like, I feel like she doesn't even have to like that. She didn't have to do anything, and she's still like, I don't know. So Travis Kelsey, must have what the kids call Riz. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like she didn't even have to do that at all. Like literally, Taylor Swift been putting up so much numbers this year, like just humongous numbers that I think the government came out and said like Taylor Swift is like boosting the economy by like 8%. I was like, ain't no way. Because if you think about it, like people are tight for money, so they not just purchasing anything, but they out here spending an arm and leg for Taylor Swift. So yeah, Taylor Swift for president? Question mark. Anyways, let's see. I think that's why she gets so much hate. Because I think once you get a certain level of fame, people just don't understand, so they just start hating. Like for me, I was in that predicament where I was just like, why is she so famous? And I realized that, her music's not that bad. Anyways, I wonder if anybody in this chat has been through the thing I was talking about at the beginning of the episode. Oh, that's another thing. If you're new, make sure to follow my podcast via my link tree and bio. I'm on every podcast platform. And that way, when I upload this in full after the fact, you can listen to whatever parts you missed. And yeah. But to recap, at the beginning, I talked about me like, going out with my friends and stuff. And I'm out of state. So every time they look at my ID, they be acting like I'm the biggest fella in the world. Like they be taking forever to look at my ID. I want to do other people go through that, like for my out of state people out there, because I ain't gonna lie, that stuff be annoying. Like it's just one of those things where it's not like I never get like denied, but it's like, bro, like why is this taking so long? Because I just ask for the manager. I try doing it in a nice way because I'm black. I don't want them to be like I'm threatened. You can't come in. So I just wonder if anybody else go through that. If so, then y'all let me know. That stuff is annoying. I don't even know how to get past that. I looked it up. It was just like, hey, you just got to deal with it. I was like, dang, I guess it could be worse. Guess it could be worse. Man, I feel like I'm about to teach a class with this topic. You ready to see the how the music industry is going? Nah, I'm about to break this down for real. That's crazy. I didn't realize they had graphs and stuff. Let's see. There needs to be a study done on the amount of groupies you can pull with being an athlete, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. You know what I mean? Because throughout my history, it's been insane. There needs to be a history, like a documentary done. Like we need a real, like synopsis, like a 30 for 30 on groupies. I'm about to turn on my professor voice for this one. I got information for days. Oh, Kizzy. Let me see. Alrighty. All right, y'all ready? Well, the class is about to be in session for real. So let me see. Physical music revenue, mid-year revenue, wholesale, retail, and U.S. music revenue streaming. Goodness, 11% of the population buys physical. It's crazy. That's crazy. What is sync? What is sync? Y'all be syncing music? What that mean? Anyways. All right, let me put this up on the screen for my kicking YouTube people so y'all can see it. Yeah, I should be able to see it now, hopefully. Huh. I know that was inaudible. Inaudible. I think that's how you said it. My fault. Um, Basically what I was about to say, I got this new creamer, right? And it really doesn't upset my stomach. Like some other creamers, they upset my stomach. I wonder what they put in this creamer to make it not. So I thought, yeah, probably like, what in the world does that have to do with this? Anyways, all right, I'm about to get into the topic. Let me blow this up right quick. There we go. Put that up so people can see it. All right, let's get into it right now. Actually, let me see how big is that. I have to zoom out when I get to that one. Yeah. And then Taylor Swift, U.S. economy. Okay, I swear I'm not making this up. Let me see. Uh, yeah, the Eras tour by Taylor Swift projected to have a 5 billion economic impact on the U.S. That is insane. That's different. That's different, man. That's when I started covering music and realized how big Taylor Swift was. If Taylor Swift was like a rude person, like she could really flex on people, but she don't. That's crazy. Anyways, all right, let's get into class is about to be in session. I think once I get my information. All right, cool. All right, let's get to it. All right, class, let's get started. Basically, this course is going to be titled U.S. Recorded Music and Revenue, right? Because we have a lot to get. Hold up. Nope, that's not it. I feel like that bit has to be better. That bit has to be better. Hold, let me run it back. All right, class. Before we get started, I have a few announcements to make. So, welcome first to course US music revenue. We're going to be going through a plethora of different numbers, and obviously, as you can see, Spotify has this nice chart up for us to look at. And if you go to Analytic Dreamz video on my Spotify channel to see the video elements along with the audio, you will understand what I'm currently saying to you. So I feel like a professor because throughout the duration of this segment, you are going to learn everything you need to know about the music industry. Literally, you're going to be able to walk away and tell people how 2023 has went from an economic standpoint. And that, ladies and gentlemen, or with that, let's get started. I'm excited to discuss this topic with you today. All right, I'm gonna take off my professor voice. Basically, the music industry is racking up all type of do-re-mi, right? Recording an all-time high revenue of 8.4 billion in the first half. This is not even 2023. This is the first half of 2023, marking the 9th consecutive year of growth. Music, as far as revenue, is getting into a whole nother stratosphere of sales. Now, for this year specifically, I have a theory on why that is, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. So make sure to pull out your notebook, write this down, jot it down, listen to it, put it in your brain, take a screenshot with your brain, if that's possible. Paid streaming subscriptions has been the biggest reason for these continuous years of growth, making up to 78% of streaming revenue. Right now, I have the way that people has been consuming music for the first half of 2023. Now, you probably are saying, where are your sources, young man? Well, I would say to you that at this point in the game, if you don't believe me, I don't know what to say. Like, at the end of the day, I have my sources. If you click my Linktree in my bio on one of my social medias and DM me, I'll let you know specifically. But if you're just asking for clout, then guess what? I made it up. So anyways, digital downloads, of course, has been the no, not the lowest. So it's tied with the lowest. Digital downloads and sync is tied to the lowest. Physical is at 11%, and streaming is at a whopping 84%. Now, this is a graph, so they're just making figures add up so it rounds out to 100, right? Figures, this is in the bottom right, figures don't add to 100% due to rounding. So with that being said, why do people not purchase music anymore? And why has the value of music went down to such a point where just a simple listen is basically half a penny, right? You have to garner thousands and thousands and thousands of people to listen to make money from your music. And now that it's on streaming, or even before it was on streaming, it's like when you purchase an album, a percentage of that money went directly to the artist that made it. That was much more than you just press and play on your whatever DSP you use. So I find that very interesting on the landscape of music, because if you think about it, if you was an artist and was getting paid half, not even half, a tenth of what you really deserve as a musician, and compared it to back in the day, I would say the only reason people aren't upset is because of the brand deals you can get from social media. And that's why the money they make from music isn't as focused upon, because you can use social media, like I said, to get brand deals. Basically, that's it. Like, Offset with fashion is one of the prominent examples, him having a whole TV show based off fashion. Drake with Stake, a gambling company, which is where he makes not most of his money, but like majority of his money. Jay-Z with his business accolades with, like, I'm naming a lot of hip hop because for me, I cover mostly hip hop. So with his business ventures with the NFL, his alcohol brand, and speaking of alcohol, Diddy with Ciroc and him partnering and basically creating his own black network in revolt. You know, musicians make music from everything but music nowadays, and this is why nobody buys music anymore. So why focus on them streaming, which, you know, also helps the publicity, so they want you to stream. But for the most part, based off the popularity from streaming, that's how they get these other brand deals where they make majority of their money. And that's because nobody's buying music nowadays. Like 3% sync. Like, what is sync? Like, maybe I'm too young, but what in the world do you have to do to get music through sync? Like, what is that? Like, I don't know what that is. Obviously I know what physical is. Physical copies, you go out to the store and buy, you know, a CD. Digital downloads is basically what I am more focused on nowadays with my podcast, because a listen is different from a download. Download is when people can play it offline and online, and listening basically is like, oh, it's whenever you have connection, you know, especially if it's on a DSP. Download, you can listen to it offline. That's the biggest feature that I believe. So, and also I think you can, once you download it, I think you can edit it, I believe. Like you can, like you own it basically. It's like a physical, it's not physical, but it's like digitally yours. Like it's not going to change. The thing with streaming is somebody can go into a whole album and change it up as far as the beats, and the 808s now sound like this, and back in the day they used to sound like that. If you would have purchased it back in the day, the physical copy, you would have had that version. And so when the new version came out, you still had the old version. Streaming, if you only stream, you're stuck with whatever the artist wants to do with their music, right? Because you don't technically own it. Anyways, let's keep going for this, because I have a lot more stats to get through. So the number of people that paid for music subscriptions has more than doubled in the past 5 years, of course. And physical media sales have seen a resurgence, accounting for 11% of recorded music revenue and bringing in $882 million. Now, physical media sales is a very interesting way to put it. I think they're talking about vinyls, and whenever we're talking about vinyls, I have this picture up for a reason. Save this lady right here. She's the one that's doing it with the vinyls. Like, if you want to look at a particular artist that's putting up numbers with vinyls, is Mrs. Swift. I don't know what it is about the Swifties, but they need the red, blue, and green version of whatever Taylor Swift is putting out. Like, if she puts out 3 vinyls in 3 different colorways, now they gonna mess around and buy all 9 of them. Like, at that point, it's just like, dang. Like, if we looking at it from a statistical standpoint, Taylor Swift puts out one thing in 3 different colorways, and now she sold 3 times more than she would have, because literally the Swifties buy whatever. Like, at this point, Taylor Swift probably has, not even probably, she has the most supportive fan base in music history currently. Like, as far as like alive, I know the Beehive's gonna kill me. I know the the Barbs are gonna try to kill me, you know, but it's just a fact. Like, Taylor Swift fans are way more supportive than any other artist fan base, right? And if you don't believe me, let's just go to the US economy. Apparently, the Eras tour from Taylor Swift is projected to have 5 billion economic impact on the US, according to software company Question Pro, that would produce a GDP larger than 50 countries. So Taylor Swift's out here boosting the economy. So I think it's safe to say that she probably has the most supportive fan base in music currently. Anyways, let's keep going. So streaming remains the dominant source of revenue, obviously, as you see right here, and making up 84% of all recorded music revenue. Streaming revenue increased by 10.3% in the first half of 2023, reaching 7 billion, and on-demand revenue from ad-supported services increased by only 1%. So that's interesting. On-demand revenue from ad-supported services. I don't know what that means. On-demand revenue. Are they talking about like DSPs? Maybe that's what. No, that's like download supported platforms. I don't know. Anyways, Taylor Swift and Beyonce are currently making the biggest impact as far as artists in the music industry. And let's see. Oh, somebody typed. That was nice. Somebody typed in chat. They said Taylor Swift or Beyonce. That's what all the women like now. Oh, yeah. Hey, you're a prophet because that's what I was just about to get into. So basically, Taylor Swift and Beyonce are currently making the biggest impact via live music versus recorded music. So when it comes to music, I keep saying artists don't make money off of you streaming their music. They just, if you've seen the numbers it takes to even make like $1 from streaming, it's insane. That's why they tell you to buy their music, right? They never be like, oh, just stream it. Like obviously they want you to stream it if you can't buy it, but they'll prefer you to buy it. That's because when they go on tour, and those same people who bought their music is going to be the same people who go out to the tour and buy merch while they're at the show and buy so like for a show, right? You have to buy a hotel room, you have to eat, that costs money. You have to drive or pay for a driver, like as far as Uber, that costs money. You have to get to the stadium, buy a ticket, that costs money, of course, probably the biggest expense. And don't let you live out of state. Now you got to fly there. Or if you are far away, now you got to drive there. So many different avenues as far as making money and boosting the economy from going to live music. And Taylor Swift and Beyonce is the biggest drivers of that as far as live performances. Hopefully that makes sense. Obviously, Taylor Swift is number one. Like I just said, she's literally boosting the economy. But Beyonce is too. She is no slouch. I don't even think that needs to be said. Just have to, put it in perspective. So the growth in the number of paid streaming subscriptions is slowing down, of course, because more and more people are starting to familiarize themselves with DSPs to the point where, I mean, there's only so many people on the planet. So there's only so many accounts you can make unless you're, part of a major label. And then, you just create accounts for fake and stream. Shout out to J. Cole. But anyways, what else? Vinyl records outsold CDs because of Taylor Swift. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't know any other artist that sells vinyls like Taylor Swift does. Like I just said, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but she sells one vinyl and has 3 different colorways, and one fan will buy every colorway. And I don't understand why. It's the same music, but hey, teach his own. That's why y'all the most supportive fan base in society. So anyways, overall, people continue to show a willingness to pay for music. And this information, of course, is based on RIAAs, which is the people that certify the mid-year report for 2023. And now, 1 second. So we're going to cut to somebody wanted to join in as a guest. Let me see if we can get this in. Okay, here we go. So for my people over at Kicking YouTube, you won't be able to hear this, but I will implement it after the fact. But anyways, let me see if we can get this. Okay, I think I have you pulled up. It's been a while since I did this, but I appreciate you for joining.
That girl who plays the flute, what's her name? But nobody's really caring about her now because she's in some sexual scandal with her dancers.
Oh, you talking about Lizzo?
Yeah, she was on the record charts before Taylor Swift album came out. And the new Miley Cyrus album is.
Yeah, Miley Cyrus is definitely putting up numbers as far as on the charts. Lizzo being on tour, is she still on tour or did she stop? I believe she stopped, didn't she?
Dancers some pulled up because things that was done. I don't know. You know what I mean? So I don't know if she's still on tour, but she was. I think she was putting mad numbers on the tours. Like she was selling out, man, every night. And selling out every night. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, Lizzo is definitely one of the biggest, like, as far as driving sales and music. I think with that lawsuit, she took like a break. She's like, I don't know if she's hiding or whatever. Cause I'm not gonna lie, I ain't been really paying too much attention to that. Like once the lawsuit came out, I yeah, I didn't really care. Like obviously, that's not something I looked into. So it's like whenever the facts come out, I'll cover it. But I'm not like looking into speculation over what happened.
You know, you read a magazine, you have coming out, that's it. Care they have with, how many kids they got with. It was about the artistry, right? Jackson, he could go there and kill an elephant, but they would still love his music, you know? It was all about the music.
Yeah, I do believe that Lotto is more respected for her artistry because if you think about it, most women artists they play off the the sexual aspect, you know, of them
Yeah.
dancing, looking a certain way, and basically garnering attention from two different, you know, the way they look and also music. And for Lizzo, obviously, you know, some people could like Lizzo for the other thing, but her music is the thing that drives like most of her overall sales because like her song with SZA is still running up on the charts.
Cut you off is mostly from like, you know, she's a plus size woman and she caters to them people that don't body shame. So she gets a lot of sales from people like that because she's for everyone, you know what I mean? She's not like just like Taylor Swift, you gotta wear a size zero, you have to wear this type of clothes, whatever. Like Izzo's from everybody, but you don't really got artists. Like I used to like Taylor Swift. I ain't lying. Until she turned all pop. Like I don't like her music now because it's just all pop. There's no country feel to it no more.
Yeah, somebody brought that up now a while ago that she used to be a like a straight country artist, and I do remember that. She's been in the game for so long that I forgot she used to just put out straight country music.
But I understand she was young, just like Miley Cyrus was. Yeah, so maybe she wants to try different music. I'm saying she found her now. That pop country, and it's doing numbers. Can't even call the recipe. Can't argue with the recipe.
Yeah, now Taylor Swift definitely has the recipe. Well, Scooter Braun had the recipe, and then Taylor Swift bought her rights back, so now she's putting out her own music again, which
I guess she was trying. A lot of people now catalog because they make more money off their catalog and then they can make more music. So they're trying to sell catalogs to companies now. Like what Lil Wayne did. He sold his catalog. Now he's just starting over making new music. You know what I mean? So what do you think about that? Selling their catalogs?
yeah, a lot of companies are because of the pandemic losing um, the amount they're making year over year is lower than what they used to make. So the biggest people they try to satisfy is their shareholders. So when they're looking at their bottom line decreasing year after year because of the pandemic, they're trying to find the biggest way to get back up to where they were, and basically buying an artist catalog for the long haul is much better for a major label because if you think about it, you know, we're not going to live for 200, 300 plus years, but the major label is always going to be around.
400 songs and they can it's up to them. Oh, I'll put an album this year, wait 4 years, but they got mad. You know what I mean? So if you sell that catalog, they're doing music companies will be making their money back. You know, imagine if they got the Bee Gees catalog, whoever got the Bee Gees, or who's on the Beatles. I think Michael Jackson or whatever had the Beatles. You know what I mean? Masters and shit. Imagine if you owned that.
Yeah, and it's no coincidence that once you have your music bought or signed to a major label, you start getting certain playlist opportunities and certain movie looks. Like, I mean, look at Ice Spice. She gets co-signed by Nicki Minaj. Now she's on the Barbie soundtrack, and it's one of the biggest songs in the
That's
world.
all that remake because I grew up with the original song You know, through the whole song, here on the Barbie, they must have paid a mad royalties to that group because they used the whole
Yeah, because I mean, well, Nicki Minaj, she's under Universal Music Group, which is the biggest music label in the world. So they can pull strings that other labels can't.
And I think that Universal back
Yeah,
they were.
because I mean, the biggest artists in the world are under Universal
Okay,
Music
yeah.
Group. You have Nicki, Drake, Kanye. Trying to think of
You
others. I
must
think
slap
Justin
me in the
Bieber
face.
was.
You must slap me in the face. I like but like no, like there's no energy to it. Like she got rhymes. Like you there, but it's the energy.
It's kind of the Cardi B effect, I think, for Ice Spice. Like her personality and everything besides the music, everybody loves. So it's like if the music is even serviceable, they're gonna promote it.
Plus Drake co-signed second at the beginning.
Yeah, Drake was really, honestly, the first one to really give her that huge cosign.
He's the
That's
one who brought Tom back. You know, they three new seasons.
Yeah, because with Drake, I wanted him to get back into acting, but I just realized with him executive producing Top Boy and Euphoria, that's probably bringing in a lot more money than just acting.
Oh yeah, like he's like he's good, but I would like to see drama because I see the charisma of comedy. You know, he like you know what I mean. He's a comedy dude, but he could probably do love comedy, like a love rom com. You know what I mean? Because he's always all his songs are about love, girls, sweetheart songs, but you know what I mean. With some like
Yeah, I think he would have to pair with like a real actor to be taken serious because even though he was on Degrassi, I don't think people realize that he was an actual actor. Yeah.
give him even that.
Yeah, it was definitely not the thing that's gonna set him over the top as far as his acting credits. But I appreciate you joining in. What I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna make his own segment. But if you wanted to say anything as far as like what you got going on, you can like say that now or
I just more than these black artists and stuff, and you know that is pissing off some of the people there. You know what I mean? And she owns her own bus company. That like Greyhound, she rents a bus.
yeah, I think Kodak does that. He has a bunch of trucks where they just
Like that's
move stuff.
crazy. Like he just music. She's built her business too. So yeah, I'm gonna keep on listening to this thing because I like what you're talking about. It's real facts. Like you know what I mean? She's making numbers on the board for in the what? She's only 30 something. She's only still young.
Yeah, well, I definitely appreciate you for tuning in and definitely for joining as a guest. I appreciate you.
But
Alrighty, let me see. That was great. That was fantastic. Whose name? Let me see. His name was Handsome Chuck at Nasty the Mic. If y'all want to follow him, I think he's in the listeners. I think you can click that. But basically, his name was Handsome Chuck, the guy who like joined in. So yeah, no, that was great. So I think I'll make that his own segment. Honestly, I think I may do that every time because that was pretty nice. I like getting different perspectives and like as I always say, I stopped saying that more often. But I like when people to join in because it's a safe space, open discussion. I love when people come in with different perspectives. So, anyways, yeah, that was great. Um, I basically finished all that as far as the segment. So I think I just may get into wrapping it up because I'm trying to see. Did I have anything else for that segment? Taylor Swift, digital downloads. Oh, I could probably get to the charts. Okay. All right. So this may sound abrupt, but I'm about to basically start the conclusion of that segment I was doing. All right, so getting into the charts because I do have charts pulled up right now. So, of course, this one I had up for the most part of the segment. You see the U.S. recorded music revenue. Digital downloads is at 3%, physical copies at 11%, and sync is at 3%. Streaming is at 84%. And the reason why some articles have different numbers, because all of these places get from their own sources, but they're usually around the same number. That's why you won't see like, oh, streaming. This place says streaming is 84%, but another place says it's like 55. Like, it's gonna be around the same ballpark, if that makes sense. Anyways, getting into the next chart, we have physical music revenue. So see the first half of 2021, first half of 2022, and now at the first half of 2023. So as you see, vinyls has been the biggest it's ever been in the past 3 years. Well, 2 to 3 years. And I keep attributing this to Taylor Swift because I'm not going to beat a dead horse. You already know how I feel about the vinyls and the thing with the Swifties. They just buy every single one that's available. So that's why this is bigger than any of the past years. Because if you look at it, I feel like the CDs is really not that big of a jump. But the vinyls is where the biggest jump is for music revenue. And other is probably streams. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm not going to say you don't make any money because obviously these rappers are flexing and stuff. But if they're not flexing with the advance that their major label got them or gave them, they're probably flexing with like performance money. I promise you, they're probably not flexing with streaming money. Like, streaming money for artists is pretty slow, but when they buy and download and show up to the live events, that's where they make their money, most of their money from. And I believe any artist will tell you that. Anyways, and then our third and final, hold up, I think this is too big. Our third and final chart, U.S. recorded music mid-year revenues. As you can see, we have wholesale and then retail, and even this goes back to vinyl, of course. And then the retail is pretty interesting because if y'all don't know, there's a pandemic. So 2020 was rough to 2022 as far as being outside. So as far as buying clothes and stuff, like, there's really no need to buy quote unquote drip, because who is you going to go out and impress? Like, everybody was inside, and if you wasn't inside, they was looking at you funny. So anyways, that's basically why this looks like this. And I'm still not discrediting 2023 because, like I said, we could have not bounced back at all. Like, the projections from us shutting down everything was looking pretty spooky, and I would say that we've bounced back pretty nicely. I know people say we're in a recession, and I'm attributing that to the pandemic, but at the end of the day, I still feel like we're getting back to where we used to be. And that's why, to bring it full circle, the music industry has now recorded an all-time high revenue of 8.4 billion, because people wanting to get outside finally felt comfortable enough to come outside, and their favorite artist was on tour, like a Taylor Swift, like a Drake, like a Beyonce. Who else is on tour? Everybody's on tour. Like a Rod Wave, a Little Baby. Literally, this is the year for artists to make their money from live events because of the pandemic, if that makes sense. Because a lot of overseas places were shut down, even though the U.S. opened late 2022 or 2023. No, when did they open up? Like at the beginning of 2022, I believe. Overseas places, they were still shut down. They was like, we ain't playing that. We are not opening up early. So now in 2023, I feel like this is the first full year where everything's open. I may be mistaken by that, but I do believe. And I just got a notification that Taylor Swift is at the Kelsey game tonight because Kansas City plays the Jets. And if you want that brings up another point. If you want to see another reason how impactful Taylor Swift is, actually, let me just do it for you, because this is actually crazy. Taylor Swift NFL sales, right? Just supporting her boyfriend for the NFL had the biggest. Let me see, ESPN. I forget what a stat is. So Taylor Swift's presence boosted the ratings and Travis Kelce's jersey sales by 400%. Women viewership of the NFL was up 63%. Travis Kelsey's IG following was up 600,000. Travis Kelsey's podcast went to #1 on Apple, and like I just said, Travis Kelsey's jersey sales went up 400%. And lastly, and definitely shame on you, Kansas City Chiefs, because y'all know what y'all was doing. Those ticket sales went up three, uh, basically 3 times. So like the price of the ticket went up because for some reason, being in the same building as Taylor Swift, everybody loves to do that. So it don't matter if she performing or not. So the Taylor Swift effect is real. I'm not just saying that because I'm Taylor's or I'm a Swiftie or whatever. I just like to look at the numbers as I call myself analytic dreams. I like to look at the numbers and see who running them up the most. And at this point in time, it's definitely Taylor Swift. So, anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the music industry recording an all-time high revenue of $8.4 billion in the first half of 2023? And what do you think is the biggest reason for music revenue setting this record? All right, that was great. That was fantastic. Literally that just popped up. I saw that on my phone. I get all type of notifications, but I saw it pop up on my phone. It was like Taylor Swift is at the Travis Kelsey game. I bet she is. I bet she is. All right. Let's get into some gaming, and we're gonna start with. Let's get into gaming. I think the video people, the video. Let me see. Let me see. I think the video game people about to go on strike, and that would definitely affect some things. No cap. Let's see. Strike is over. A massive video game strike. Yeah, here we go. SAG-AFTRA, that's what it is. I always forget that SAG-AFTRA is a lot of letters. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like WGA, like Writers Guild of America. Like very simple. SAG-AFTRA is like, bro, how many letters, bro? It's like I can't keep up. After a certain number, it's just like, bro, I'm not that smart. Just not that smart. All right, let me see. Plus, what does that even stand for? I've seen it before, but I just don't know what it stands for. All type of ads on this article. Let me get this one. Cancel. All right, open this image. I need that. Side note, I went to McAllister's with my girl, right? Man, they got these things called dang, I forgot the name. Snubs? Snaps? No, that's not what it is. Anyways, it was like a potato, it was like a filled potato, but they had like chicken in it. It was like a chipotle ranch and bacon, but it was like a loaded potato basically is what I'm saying. But it's like the best loaded potato I've ever had. Like it ain't just no regular loaded potato. I'm like, how come nobody talks about this? Like I don't see no fast food restaurant, which do you consider McAllister's fast food? I don't know. But anyways, I don't see no other fast food restaurant making loaded potatoes like this. Like it was like some restaurant level quality. Like it was like, nah, I'm definitely coming back when I'm trying to blow a bag on some food because that was like fantastic. Like it was to the point where I was like, bro, where have you been all my life? That loaded potato was something else, and it was like the chipotle ranch and bacon. It was, man, it was exquisite. It was A1. All type of words in this article. This may be it for me. Let me see. Yeah, this may be enough. Let's see. I'm not even like a loaded potato type person because I'm not making that. So if a restaurant makes it for you, like obviously I'll order it because I'm like, I'm not trying to make all that. And they made it, and when I tell you that stuff was, that was A1. Like I would get it today, but I think they close around the time I'll probably be finished. I don't know what I'm gonna go eat. I may cook, most likely not. Every time I record an episode, I go out to eat to reward myself. No cap. Because at this point, I try to fit as much information that's like it's like basically the way I like to listen to content, right? Is I like to feel like my time is not being wasted. So if I get information that helps my life, no matter if 5, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, then I feel like that was time well spent. That's what I try to do with these episodes. I try to jam pack it, which is information that's just over the music field, the video game landscape, and then of course, I get into some like just some regular business stuff because that's gonna affect everything. So, oh, that makes sense. So hopefully y'all don't feel like y'all time is wasted. You know what I mean? I try to keep y'all entertained while giving y'all the real, what I consider the real. You know, could be fake. Who knows? Not. Oh man. Let's see. All right, go back and is this not gonna open? Not gonna open. What? Whatever. I didn't want to see that image. No way. There we go. Oh, never mind. I got it. I was like, why is that image acting like that? Don't be like that. Alrighty. All right, let's get into the video game strike. Because if this happens, like, honestly, I don't care. Like, I want them to get their money at this point. Like, after he made the game I was waiting for, Spider-Man 2, I'm not gonna lie. Spider-Man, my favorite fictional creation of all time. So y'all know I'm ready. Like, I may have, like, no, I don't think, no, just let me chill. Hey, I would have got that game. Let me just say, Spider-Man 2 is some, like, I got the PlayStation literally to play Spider-Man PS4. Anyways, all right, let me pull this up. For my kicking YouTube people, I'm about to pull it up. It's just I gotta make it bigger right quick. Yeah, here we go. That works. All right, I should be able to see it now. Alrighty, let's get into the strike. Breaking news, and by breaking news, I mean news that's been broke a couple days ago. WGA writers' strike is officially ending, but what does that mean for video game connoisseurs like myself? There's a possibility of a video game voice actor strike, and the reason why is because once you see something work for one group of people in a way that benefits them financially, you're going to be more enticed to do the same thing to get that same financial benefit. So not everybody's looking to strike to up their money, right? First it was the pilots. If y'all forget, if y'all don't if y'all remember, the pilots went on strike. Like, not too many people, you know, be filming the pilots because I guess they're not famous or whatever, but you know, they literally fly in the plane and, you know, have to have a bunch of people's lives in their hands. So they went on strike. So it was, all the airlines was going through it, so they had to pay them, right? UPS workers, they went on strike. And no, they threatened. They didn't even go on strike. They threatened to go on strike, and UPS was like, "We know we can't handle this. All these packages getting delayed. Nope, can't do it. That's lawsuit after lawsuit after. Like, imagine you need something important getting delivered to you and it gets delayed. Nah, I can't do that." So they basically got a pay increase way before they even went on strike. Now, obviously I'm conflating some issues, but now we had SAG-AFTRA and WGA go on strike, and WGA just came to an agreement with the studios, and to the point where they received not everything, but most of what they wanted. So the deal that they finally uh the deal that they finally were offered was acceptable by them. So with that being said, all of these strikes are efficient in increasing revenue for the workers. So why not more groups? Why wouldn't more groups follow suit? And that's what I'm here to talk about. So the video game voice actors are set to go on strike. SAG-AFTRA, of course, is still on strike. Representing artists is seeking strike authorization from actor artists, and if approved, the strike could impact video game companies like EA, Activision, and Insomniac. Shameless plug to my Analytic Dreamz video podcast on Spotify to look at the video version along with the audio. But if you don't know, Insomniac is basically over the Spider-Man franchise currently with Spider-Man PS4, Spider-Man 2, which is already finished, so like those aren't in jeopardy. But they're currently working on Wolverine, which that could be pushed back. A project that we haven't heard anything about yet, that could get pushed back. And EA works on all type of stuff from Star Wars to basically EA has a lot of stuff that could get pushed back. So from Star Wars to like sports games, like it's gonna get pushed back. And of course, Activision with Call of Duty, like everybody knows Activision. That stuff, honestly, all you got to say is Call of Duty gonna get pushed back, and I think the lines are gonna start getting blurred about who supports who, you know. But obviously, I support this strike, as you know, it's for the workers being compensated more for the work. Like in the midst of a recession, why not compensate your workers for doing the job well, right? Actors are concerned about the violation of the voices in AI projects without consent. So it comes back full circle to what the WGA was originally striking for. The uses of AI is to a point where you can do some unthinkable things and get away with it. So now you have to crack down even harder so that your hard work isn't being mimicked in other ways via AI technology. Because we're at the point now where Bard, Chatbot GPT, Bing just came out with some type of AI. But anyways, these AIs can do stuff that you cannot imagine. And I didn't even get into the voice recognition side of things. AI can start mimicking voices to the point where you would think something is said by a person, but it's completely AI. Like that's how legit technology has advanced too. With that being said, they also seek better compensation and residuals given the rising cost of living and industry revenues. And the strike could have international implications for video game actors. And the strike authorization received overwhelming support from union members, of course. The authorization doesn't guarantee a strike, but provides leverage in negotiations. Because if somebody doesn't think you'll leave from a deal, why would they go back and change it, basically to take more money out of their pockets? Like owners, I saw this quote, right? I wasn't going to even bring this up. Hold up. Let me see if I can find this, because this quote was ridiculous. And this pertains to the topic, so that's why I gotta look this up. Hopefully it just pulls it up. I think I'm getting better with technology. I don't know. Oh, I am. All right, here we go. Sometimes I'll be struggling. All right, here we go. A millionaire CEO calls for a 40% rise in unemployment because workers are, quote, too arrogant. I kid you not. And if you don't believe me, look at this for yourself. And for people over at the video channel, here it is in full.
I think the problem that we've had is that,
oh, hold on, that's way too low.
That we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years.
He said paid a lot to not do much.
And we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise.
This man said we need to see unemployment rise and to jump by 40 and 50%.
Has to jump 40, 50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the...
I wonder if this man, it looks like this man is talking in front of a live audience, which is very telling, because you know how when sometimes people get to monologuing or giving a soliloquy and people in the crowd, they'll start applauding, right? They'll start, yeah, that's right, you go, yeah, you talking. Everybody's dead silent while he's saying this, because who in the world is going to clap for somebody saying, we need to see a rise in unemployment? I swear to you, I cannot make this up.
The other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting.
And I think the wording is very interesting. He said we have to kill that attitude of employers feeling lucky for the employee. I messed it up. Basically, he wants to kill the attitude of the employee feeling lucky, or no, thinking that the employer is lucky to have them. Basically saying that they need to feel like they're workers instead of being empowered and feel like they're adding to the company. That's technically what he's saying. He like, don't think y'all added to nothing. Like, obviously we give y'all a paycheck, but don't feel like we're lucky to have you. Like, you know, and that's, look, he's gonna keep going.
In the economy, which is what the whole global, you know, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employer.
And that is a point where I think that was his best point, what he said right here.
Be talking about it, but people are definitely off. People might not be talking it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off.
There are massive layoffs happening, and it is because owners really think like this man is thinking. He's just brave enough to say it. I don't know if it's brave, arrogant, could be both. He's basically the only one saying it, but he's telling you exactly how owners feel about employers, and probably 90 to 95% of owners feel like this right now.
People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
So, like I said, these owners aren't playing around. So that's why all these strikes are happening, because guess what? The employees are also not playing around. So now we at a crossroad. So what else? A strike could also have international implications for video game actors. The strike authorization received overwhelming support. I already said that. Doesn't guarantee a strike. Negotiations have been going. Okay, so negotiations have been ongoing for nearly a year, focusing on compensation, AI use, and safety measures. I think that's about the WGA stuff. The next negotiation rounds, that's WGA. The strike aims to address the needs of voice actors to earn fair compensation and protect their livelihoods. And that, ladies and gentlemen, sums up the majority of what I've been talking about this entire segment. If the owner feels like how this guy in the video was talking, the only way to show that employers are also serious about their work is to go on strike. So obviously, being in a recession, we're going to go through stuff like this. Workers want to get paid more. Employers think they don't do enough to make more. So we just go on strike. Now let's see. Now we're not doing anything. Then we gonna see what you come back with for the counter offer. So that's currently where we're at. And once again, it's a possibility. Nothing set in stone, but it seems like it's getting more and more likely to happen, especially with all of these strikes ending in a positive result for the employees. Like, so why not follow suit? So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about WGA writer strike ending? One. And also, what do you think about the possibility of a video game voice actor strike? All right, that was great. All right, let me see. What's the next topic? Oh, my bad. Shout out to the 16 people in the Wisdom chat for listening. I appreciate y'all taking the time out of your day to listen to me, or out of your night at this point, almost. Yeah. Had to look back and see. For listening to me break down the latest gaming and hip hop news. As always, make sure to hit the follow button to be notified when I go live. And more importantly, follow my podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, via my Linktree and bio. I'm on all podcast platforms. We currently just surpassed 1.8 million total downloads in just under 9 months for Red Circle, averaging around 80,000 downloads per week. So if you want to join the masses, definitely click my Linktree in my bio. And with that being said, we're going to keep going. All right. PlayStation versus Xbox. Let's do this one. This is it right here. Because the CEOs are beefing. I knew it was something serious when the CEOs started beefing. He's retiring. PlayStation Plus versus Xbox Game Pass. That is not what I looked up. Hold up. President. PlayStation boss, CEO. So the CEO, let me see. The CEO said that, yeah, I don't get it. It's like CEO beef, but everybody's talking about him retiring. I'm not even trying to get into that. Like, I don't care about all that. I guess we'll touch on that. We're definitely not looking at. Actually, let's do Kotaku. They ain't pretty solid. Let me see. I just want to touch on beef. We got all them numbers. CEO PlayStation talks bad about Game Pass. CEO PlayStation. CEO. Hold up. PlayStation talks bad about Xbox Game Pass. There we go. Here we go. I found it. Jim Ryan. Dang, why did he retire right after he said that? That's crazy. That man talked stuff about Xbox and then retired after. It's kind of weird, ain't it? It must have put a hit out. Nah, just let me chill. That boy said, "Hey, Xbox. What was his name? I forget the CEO for Xbox. Phil Spencer. Maybe that's somebody else. Phil Spencer told him, he was like, "Hey, you got 48 hours to recant that statement, my boy." Says publishers hate the Game Pass. This is what we got. Publisher beef or CEO beef. I like this one right here. All right. Because you talk about hip hop beef all the time, but what people don't know, well, CEOs in the video game industry, they be beefing. Like, there's a reason why Starfield came out, right? Starfield came out looking looking fantastic. Like, I thought to myself, I was like, dang, maybe I need an Xbox. And then right after that, Cyberpunk came out. Y'all think that's a coincidence? Like, come on now. Like, Cyberpunk comes out with a Phantom Liberty DLC, which I feel like been ready to go, but they put it out after Starfield gets so much praise, and they're like, oh, maybe we should buy Xbox. And I think there's a reason for that. Maybe I'm Mr. Fantastic stretching, but maybe that's a reach. But that's how I feel. Like, because if you think about it, after Phantom Liberty came out, Like obviously people still talk about Starfield, but it's like it's not too many people that talk about Starfield. All right. Nah, this is a lot of words right here. Goodness. Yeah, that's too many words. We don't need all that. I still am thinking about getting the Xbox to play Starfield. That game looks amazing. Like visually, it looks amazing. But then Cyberpunk looks amazing too, and it's like I can buy it on PlayStation. So that's why I'm like, I feel like that was strategic because I would rather play Cyberpunk because it seems like the more it just seems like it's more polished, if that makes sense at this point. And that's crazy to say. If people know how Cyberpunk came out as Cyberpunk and polished, I never thought we would see the day, man. Used to pray for times like this. That's the only reason I didn't play it because I saw like bug stuff. And I'm like, I'm not trying to pay $70 for a game to crash on me every time. All right, we're doing good on time. Where we at? 2 hours and 17. Yeah, we're doing good. Alrighty. Dang, I can't believe CEO beefing. Contrasting statements. Game price increase. Jim Ryan's retirement. Jim Ryan. Okay. Uh. Bro, all these pictures of him look like crazy. Like, this man, oh, no wonder he retired. All right, let me pull this up. All right, I should be able to see it now. All right, cool. I swear, if I ain't have this coffee with me, I feel like my throat would have been going through it. Give me 1 second. All right, all right. Let's get into it right now. I do want to start off by saying that with this podcast being the Notorious Mass Effect, it means that I love to cover gaming and hip hop. One thing I came to find out was CEOs in the video game community beef more than rappers do. Like, as far as CEO beef, I believe, in my personal opinion, is way more entertaining than any rapper beef that currently exists in the modern day. And with that being said, let's get into our segment, which is PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan and his comments on the Xbox Game Pass. Now, obviously, this man retired, but we're not going to get to that point just yet because guess what? If you're working a job for a while and right before you retire, you just take one last shot at the opposition, like a big shot. So it's like, this is like some crash out mission against your opposition right before you retire. You gotta respect it. Like for Jim Ryan to spin the block, figuratively, on Phil Spencer and trash his vision one last time before retiring, you just have to respect it, man. You gotta respect it. But anyways, in all seriousness, Jim Ryan called the Xbox Game Pass value destructive, which, as a music connoisseur, I have a pretty interesting perspective on, because streaming for musicians cut their profits in a way that I don't think they would have projected. Now, hear me out. Physical copies obviously make artists way more money than you press and play on whatever DSP you use to listen to their music. That's why artists always say either purchase my album, download my album, but then after those two options, they always say stream, because stream is the least amount as far as revenue. That's the least amount of revenue they get. Artists don't make money from people streaming their music. They make money from purchases of albums, purchases of merch, purchases of tickets for the live performance. So whenever all the music in the world is under a subscription model, it lessens the value for the field. So I understand, and I honestly agree where Jim Ryan is coming to with the value destructive point. I believe this was literally a reason why WGA went on strike, because if you think about it, you're not going to tell me 50, that's not even, I don't know how many people work on a movie. Hold on, let's look that up. On average, how many people work on a movie? Because for music, obviously you can have your producer, rapper, you may get some other people, but for the most part, it doesn't take that many people to make a track, which why people are like, hey, streaming is not that bad. But for movies, right, it takes about 500 people to work on a movie. And obviously it could vary depending on the scope and size of the film. But for video games, right, let's do video games. Let's not even do video games, because PlayStation is in the business of AAA video games. Let's do AAA video games, which, you, if you don't know, that's like the biggest studio, the biggest development team size you can have. I believe that's how you quantify it as AAA. Anyways, because I'm getting to a point with this, because I wanted to start off basically saying I acknowledge, and I feel like his point is on the nose, but then this point is why no, actually, no, this adds on to my like agreeance. Is that a word? I don't think so. Anyways, I agree with what he's saying, and this is my other statement to back that up. Around 100 to 200 people work on a AAA video game. So when it comes to music, it already is like 1 to 2 people, maybe more, for a single song. Like you hear rappers like Lil Wayne making like 50 songs in the studio in one night, right? You're not making 50 games, 50 nothing. No movie, video game, nothing in one night. Like that's just not possible, not happening ever. So basically the scope to or the size of the team you need to make a video game and to make movies is way more than you need to make music, right? But that's not the discussion. I basically bring that up to say this is even more egregious, which is with them going to streaming, because of how many people it takes. Like people let music slide because they're like, it really doesn't take that much to make a single song or whatever. But for video games and movies, they're like, ain't no way we put all this work just for you to put us under $10 to $13 paywall amongst a variety of other movies. It's like our work is way more valuable than that. So I get where Jim Ryan is coming from with the value destructive standpoint. And he also said that publishers, which is like EA, Insomniac, From Software, like people who develop games, right? Well, no, I think that's development studios. Publishers is like EA. Publishers is like I think Activision is a publisher. Basically the big dogs, right? Who has like subsidiaries of game developers. They said that Jim Ryan, CEO of PlayStation, said that those publishers unanimously, well, he said publishers in general, so let me not be specific because that's incorrect. So publishers unanimously said that they do not like the Game Pass because it's value destructive. So first he said it's value destructive, then he backed up his statement by saying that publishers also believe that it's value destructive, but he did not specify which publishers expressed these concerns. So it could be cap. He could just be saying that. because I believe that you should never believe an anonymous source. Like, if it's such a no, that's I mean, that's too broad, right? Obviously, anonymous sources in some aspects is great, because like, what if, you know, some violence is happening? But in the lighthearted topics of, for example, if you watch sports, when they say anonymous GM came out and said this player trash, you know, like sources like that, when that's anonymous, I don't believe it at all. I'm like, for lighthearted topics such as this and subjects such as this, you cannot be anonymous and think your point is going to be taken seriously. So when Jim Ryan put his name on this and said it's value destructive, I agree. When he said publishers and he didn't specify, I'm like, I don't know if you're really telling the truth with, like, because what if he's just talking about publisher that's falling off? Like, yeah, I'm agree with you, just to, you know, like, just to boost you up and hopefully you put my game on your platform. But anyways, Xbox head Phil Spencer reported to the UK Competition and Markets Authority that Game Pass, because, you know, of course, with CEO beef, they got to shoot at each other. And when they get shot, they shooting back. When he gets shot, I'm shooting right back. Like, it's a never ending battle, right? Xbox head Phil Spencer reported to the UK Competition and Markets Authority that Game Pass led to a decline in the market value. What? The Game Pass led to a decline in the market value. Oh, is this when they was getting sued? That's interesting. So he basically agreeing with the PlayStation CEO. I mean, there's no way that there's no way you're gonna tell me that streaming is good for the field. There's just no way. There's too many people that work on video games. $13 paywall to play any game you want. Lessens the pay for everybody making that video game. That's just something I believe is a fact. Obviously, people be like, oh, well, you can go buy the game if you want to support it. Well, I'm also not stupid. If I can purchase a product for $13, why would I purchase it for $70? You know? Anyways, let's get back to it. So I remember when Xbox was acquiring Activision, PlayStation was like, oh, it's a monopoly and all that type of stuff. And then that's when reports like Phil Spencer was coming out basically saying that Game Pass led to the decline, basically saying they broke and they need Activision and we ain't no monopoly, right? So I do remember when that stuff started coming out. Like, Microsoft was copping pleas to get Activision or to acquire Activision. They was like, man, we trash. Like, we like, please have us Activision. Like, we ain't nothing close to a monopoly. Like, honestly, our Game Pass led to a decline in market value. So that's how that came about. Anyways, Microsoft as a company, though, of course, is doing phenomenal. Like, I mean, they sell other products besides gaming. Like, gaming loses them money. I think everything else makes them a surplus of money, because they reported that they had $3 billion in profits from the subscription service in 2022. And they also increased the price for Game Pass in July 2023, but only for the console version, because they probably realized that we're not making no money, we losing money, might as well raise the subscription price because it just makes sense. We're paying way too much than we're making. Jim Ryan also announced, in conclusion, after Jim Ryan spun the block like there was nowhere to park, shout out to 21 Savage, and shot at CEO Phil Spencer in a way that he could not come back from, basically saying that the Game Pass is very destructive to the value of video games. Phil Spencer had no response. So I don't know if that was the white flag that he needed to send off, but after that shot, he basically was like Thanos at the end of Infinity War, and just looking into the sunset, because now it came out that he announced his retirement from Sony Interactive, of course, in March 2024 after almost 30 years. That's longer than I've been alive. This man been working for a company for almost 30 years with the PlayStation business. So his successor is I'm not trying to be funny. It's I can't pronounce this. Hiroki Totoki. Hiroki Totoki. Hopefully I said that right. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced it. I swear I'm not trying to be funny. What else? So he's going to be Sony Group Corporation president, will assume the role of chairman of SIE effective October 2023 and serve as interim CEO of PlayStation starting April 2024. Jim Ryan also mentioned that it became increasingly challenging for him to reconcile living in Europe and working in North America. I'm not laughing, but come on now. Why that man living in Europe? Y'all know why he living in Europe. You know what I mean? If it ain't tax evasion, I don't know what it is. Nah, let me chill. That's a lot to put on somebody. But hey, people live overseas for a reason. Shout out to the Logan and Jake Paul. So, anyways, I know what he doing. That man said, "Hey, I can't be over here. I think you have to live over there for like 140 to 200 days to be considered like a citizen, not a citizen, but for your taxes to be like the same as overseas taxes." I don't know. I'm not going to get into the scheme because people be playing the game and the game is to be sold, not told. And that is not what this segment is about. So anyways, at the end of the day, PlayStation CEO spun the block on Microsoft CEO. And after he completely demolished him, he decided it was time to retire. But in all seriousness, at the end of the day, you know, they still respect each other, as Microsoft's CEO, Phil Spencer, tweeted his appreciation for Jim Ryan and his contributions to the industry and wished him the best in his future endeavors. Yeah, all right. So anyway, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about PlayStation CEO spinning the block on the Xbox CEO, and basically the Xbox CEO having no retort and actually having statements out there dignifying what Jim Ryan said? And do you think that the Xbox Game Pass is value destructive for the gaming industry? All right, let me see. What is the next topic? I think we're moving along pretty well. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Sony is going to invest. Should we do another Sony story? People are gonna think I'm a Sony pony if I do this one. I mean, it's not like I care what people think, but you know, it's like try to diversify the topics. Let's just make this a quick story. This could be a quick story. I'm thinking like a 5 to 8 minute story. First party Sony studios are reportedly uncomfortable with pivot towards games as a service. Dang, so don't nobody like the streams. Wait, hold up. Is PlayStation about to do what they just condemned Xbox for doing? Say it ain't so. It don't seem like it, but because this report don't even seem, yeah, it don't even seem right. Because it just said they're gonna aggressively invest in first party studios. So I don't think they're gonna come out with no Game Pass. That would literally contradict. I mean, I guess he did retire, so I don't know. I wonder what console y'all got. Like y'all part of the PlayStation fandom or the Xbox fandom? Cause I ain't gonna lie to you. Only reason I got PlayStation is because of Spider-Man. And when that game come out August 20 something, like y'all may not see me. Nah, just playing. I'm gonna be streaming, you know, so definitely follow my YouTube. It's not, obviously streaming is not something like it's like big for me. It's just something I like to do to give like extra accessibility. If anybody wants to comment or whatever, but my whole situation is very interesting because my platforms, as far as podcast platforms, do well. Like they do well. Like great for me. Like as far as like where I'm at and the trajectory of it is great. But as far as social media, it's like, I mean, I do good every now and then, but I feel like I could be better on social media. So it's like you would think it would be the opposite, right? It's crazy. It's like my podcast platform is my biggest, but with no help from social media. I mean, I'm not gonna say no help. Like obviously, if you've seen my social media, you know there's certain things that blow up or go viral, but it's like for the most part, it's not really it. Which is okay. I'd rather be popping in a place that like it's basically it's more rewarding to be popular on certain platforms than it is others. And so I'm glad I'm popular on certain podcast platforms, if that makes sense. So that's why I don't mind like streaming to like 3 people, because it's like at the end of the day, like I'm getting paid what I need to get paid. So it's like, hey, as long as my Spotify, Apple Podcasts keep doing what it's doing, I don't care. I don't do this for the money, you know what I mean? I do this for the love. What he saying in that TV show? For the hustle. For like the ball playing brothers. Probably not the way he said it, but I tried. Let's see. I've always wanted to play a video while I talk, but I don't want to overload my laptop. Like I think once I get a PC, I'll start playing videos while I talk. But I think if I play a video and also look stuff up and also stream, it's gonna be still be too much. I know what y'all probably saying, y'all like, why don't you get a PC? Well, if you don't know, I'm a college student, so I don't know. I'll be trying to save a little bit. You know, I'm a little, funds from if the IRS is listening, I'm broke. But funds from the podcast keep me, keep me living, pretty nice. But it's like buying a PC is an investment. I don't care what nobody say. That's a lot. Like a PC is that's at least 1,000, right? 1,000 to 1,500. Yeah, I ain't got that. I ain't got that just to throw around. All right. Best games to play on PlayStation. Why is this up? It's not. It's not what we want. Let me see. Recently club. That boy spun the block and retired. I respect it. That man said, by the way, your whole vision trash, and then retired. What is this? What is this video? I don't know what this is. They just playing ad after ad. What is that game to the left? I don't know what that game is. Whatever. All right, for my people over at Kicking YouTube, y'all should be able to see the topic now. Or not see the topic, but see the little cover. I wonder if I should have this one up. But it says the best games, and that's not the segment. It may throw people off. So we're not going to use that one. All right. Shout out to the 20 people we have in the wisdom chat right now. For my people over at Kicking YouTube, if you want to, of course you don't have to, but if you want to join in as a guest, like I had a guest earlier today, had a great conversation, and if you want to join in as a guest, you can do so via the Wisdom app, and then after the fact, I can edit you into the podcast. Because if you don't know, y'all can't hear what the people on Wisdom are saying, and it's not vice versa, but basically they don't hear the laptop elements that y'all hear, like if I play some as far as an interview or whatever. So that being said, let's get into the topic. This won't be too long. This is pretty straightforward. Sony saw Microsoft out here spending dough like it was going out of style, and they was like, hey, we can do that too. Because they just spent $329 million on third-party deals in a fiscal year, right? Also, development personnel and in-house costs will increase by approximately $183 million. And recent partnerships include Haven Entertainment Studios and a $200 million investment in Epic Games. Reason why I say that is because I don't call myself Analytic Dreamz for no reason. I be watching who is running up the numbers and who's spending the bread to make that happen. Because if you don't know, currently Microsoft just buying any and every publisher they can possibly buy. Like literally, they started buying so many that PlayStation took them to court. It was like, ain't no way you gonna acquire Activision without us taking you to court. And guess what? They took them to court, and because Microsoft, if you don't know, in the grand scale of things, they have way more money than Sony. So they ended up winning that whole lawsuit. And it was like, we're acquiring Activision, and we're just gonna promise to not make Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. Wink, wink. They're gonna make some Call of Duty 2.0, call it something else, and make it exclusive to Xbox. Like Xbox, like Microsoft, not slick. Like they was real tongue in cheek with the whole, we're not gonna make Call of Duty exclusive. Like, yeah, all right, watch out for a Titanfall-esque game to come out and be exclusive to Xbox. But even though that's developed by Respawn, but I'm just giving y'all an example. So yeah, this story is really not too much about it that's complex. Really, it's just Sony is trying to use exclusive games to boost PS5 sales, such as Demon Souls remake, upcoming titles like those games already came out. PlayStation 5, let me see, has been successful despite stock shortages, of course, and they face criticism for temporary closure of digital storefronts for older PlayStation consoles. I didn't even know that was a thing. So, with that being said, the biggest reason I'm even covering them is because Sony investing $300 million in first-party studios is the main objective for right now. And they said that the investment is for developing software at existing studios and releasing games on multiple platforms. They're trying to pull a Microsoft. Like, yeah, we're gonna put these games out on multiple platforms. Oh no, we're gonna have these publishers put out these games on multiple platforms, and then somehow, some way, a game's gonna go console exclusive. Cause I could have swore that Starfield was supposed to be on PlayStation. Am I tripping? Nowhere did I hear that Starfield was an Xbox exclusive. When Starfield was first announced, I was under the impression that it was coming out on every console. Now, obviously, they wasn't like, oh, it's coming out on every console, but they wasn't like, oh, it's coming out only for Xbox. So I'm like, I was confused. I was just like, I see a game trailer. I'm thinking it's going to be available for every console. It comes closer to release date. They're like, oh, by the way, it's an Xbox exclusive. Well, I guess I'm playing Cyberpunk then. But anyways, so Sony also sees value in first-party software and continues to increase funding for own studios, of course, because if you don't pour more money to the studios that's creating these hits, then why, try to go out and buy more first-party? It's not like the people they have not making no hits, like Spider-Man, Horizon, Ratchet and Clank, God of War. Like they putting out some hits. Like, I think Ghost of Tsushima was a PlayStation exclusive. Like, there was a stretch where literally PlayStation was having every game of the year come out on their console exclusively, to the point where everybody was like, does the Xbox even have games? Like, obviously, it's a lot better this year. Much more improved this year with Hi-Fi Rush, with Starfield. Is Liza P exclusive to Xbox? I don't know. Anyways, Xbox has actual games now, and so that joke of Xbox having no games is unfortunately played out, because that was one of my favorite jokes to make. But anyways, Sony plans to aggressively invest in first-party studios, including Naughty Dog and Santa Monica Studio. If you don't know Naughty Dog, I don't. That's crazy. I brought up the PlayStation exclusives. I didn't even bring up Last of Us. Last of Us, so good they done turned into a TV show. And that's exclusive on PlayStation. I forgot about that one. So Naughty Dog makes Last of Us. Santa Monica Studios, I believe they make God of War. Anyways, the company aims to strengthen the PlayStation platform and enhance social and platform capabilities of games. Global playtime on PlayStation platforms increased by 20% in March compared to March 2019. If you don't know, I think that was the turning point for when people started to realize that Spider-Man was exclusive to PlayStation. God of War was exclusive to PlayStation. Like, why do we even have an Xbox? So I think that's when it started to turn the tide overwhelmingly in Sony's favor. So that's why that March 2019 date is very interesting, because that's when I think it happened. But anyways, Sony expects to continue to have continued player engagement for the physical year ahead. And of course they will, because at this point, I mean, Starfield's definitely going to help out Xbox a lot, but with Cyberpunk coming out right after Starfield, which I still think is a strategic move, even though it's multi-platform, but now people who have that Starfield itch could kind of scratch it with Cyberpunk. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, obviously you can't go to, well, it's a spoiler, so I'm not going to say that. Let's just say you can scratch that itch with Cyberpunk. So, because for me, I was thinking about getting a whole console to play Starfield. Like, Starfield looks really good to me. Obviously to a lot of other people, but some people are hating on it. But now I can just play Cyberpunk, which is probably what I'm gonna do after I beat Spider-Man at least 20 billion times when it comes out October 20th. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Sony investing 300 million into its first party PlayStation studios and focusing more on third party deals and yeah. So what do you think about PlayStation investing heavily into PlayStation 5, including third-party deals and first-party studios? And what studio would you like to see Sony invest more dollars into? All right. Let me see. Let's see. We're doing good on time. All right, great. Let me see. Let's start. Let's talk about some games. All right, let's get into some games. Talking about Cyberpunk. Let's get into it. Let's see. I think that's enough of the business talk. Let me see. We have Cyberpunk. They have reviews, but I kind of just want to get into like kind of just things you need to know, because this is what I would have liked to see on a podcast play. Like, I try to make stuff where I also like it. That's like the litmus test. So I don't know if that makes sense. Ending is shockingly bleak and haunting. Best Phantom. What? Hmm. Cyberpunk. I just want to do everything you need to know without spoilers. I'm not trying to spoil the story for nobody. 13 days ago. How to get all Phantom. Why they keep saying like how to get all? Should you kill? Like what, bro? They put spoilers in the title. And like, why is there an endings guide? Like, I'm just trying to see everything you need to know. That's it. I think this will work. Yeah, I think these three will work. All right. Great, fantastic. Let me see it right here. I wonder how Kansas City is doing. I don't think they're gonna lose to the Jets, but you never know. Guys like to show out when the girls show up. So don't be surprised if Jets try to make it a game now. And as I say that, they probably down by 40. I don't see the score. I'm just saying. I'm just talking. But the Jordan Poole effect. They say when baddies show up, athletes start get a 20% increase in effectiveness. Let's see. I ain't never seen you play like this before. Nah, I used to. Let me see. Where's this at? All right. I ain't never seen you act like this before. So many screenshots. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's do this one. I like the Mass Effect appeal they go for. Like, they have the male and woman like covers. It's pretty cool. Like, that's what Mass Effect did. Because of course you can customize your character, which is why that's why I like to play any RPG. Because when you get into the future, I think there's gonna be a point where you can literally face, like, I think that's the biggest thing about 2K that just like very it surprises me. It's like, how come they're the only game with like functional face scans and like really a RPG setting? Like, and the face scans aren't bad. It's like, well, if you do it right. Like for me, my face scan usually comes out right, but you know, some people just be real life ugly out here. But anyways, no, it's fine. All right, my fault. That's not nice. What was I saying? I'm wondering, why do RPG games not have face scan like technology in it? Because I think that's what the future is going to be. You're going to be able to put your face into a game. I mean, we see it all the time in futuristic games, but now I feel like we have the technology to do it. I don't know. I mean, I've seen some crazy face scans on 2K, so maybe that's why they don't do it. Like they don't want nothing crazy showing up. But I'm pretty sure they could scan it. I don't know. Are you telling me 2K, a basketball simulator, is the only game that can use that type of technology? Like, yeah, all right. But yeah, I bet. I actually may have this video playing in the background. No cappuccino. Hopefully it doesn't blow up my laptop. If it does blow up my laptop, then no more videos. Which I don't think it will. My laptop's pretty up to date. Like I have a lot of good stuff in my. Yeah, I'm saying good stuff because I'm not getting to specs. I'm not trying to lose nobody. Like man, this guy's a nerd. All right. So many screenshots and videos. I'm not opening all these different things. Um, I was watching tutorials because whenever I'm about to play a game, or if I get excited about a game and I want to buy it, I look up like pro tips and stuff. And I looked up some pro tips for Cyberpunk. Man, when I tell you I got confused in the first 5 minutes, I was just like, bro, I just gotta look it up as I go. I gotta treat this game like Elden Ring. I just gotta look up stuff as I go, cause bro, they was throwing all type of information at me. The biggest thing I picked up was like loot everything because you can sell it. That's the biggest tip I picked up. He was like, if you do this, you can't do that. If you do that, you can't do this. The story locks this map, this part of the map, and then after this, it locks that. And I'm like, oh, bro, nah. I was like, nah. I appreciate the attention to detail from the developers, but that's not. I was like, what was that noise? Oh, it was the video. I'm sure. Hold up, how loud is this? I'll turn that down. Um, Lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was saying. I ain't gonna lie. I'm getting old. Uh, can I go to YouTube and play this? Oh my goodness, they playing the ad every single time I click this. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. But anyways, I don't know why 2K is the only game that implements face scan technology. Like, wouldn't you like to see your face in a video game? You know, I would think that's just I feel like that'd just be easy, but I guess not. Uh, oh my goodness. Nah, I'm just gonna go to YouTube. Oh look, I'm streaming. I like when that pops up. That's funny. Recommend my own live streams, don't you? Because I could definitely watch it while I'm live streaming. I mean, I guess technically you can. I'm tripping. Let me see. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty IGN. Cause I just want to play this as I let me see 8 minutes. Can you put videos on a loop? How'd that work? Um Might as well. All right, hopefully this doesn't blow up my laptop. I don't think it will, but if it does, I apologize in advance. And I may cut the stream on, I may not if it goes down. I don't think it will. I'm just talking like, worst case scenario. Like Batman said, you got to be prepared for all outcomes. I think that's how he said it. I don't think that's how he said it. Anyways, y'all get what I'm saying. I'm gonna play this video while I get into news. All right. So for my people over at Kicking YouTube, y'all should hopefully it doesn't take down the stream. I don't think that works. I think that only works for music videos, but we gonna find out. We gonna find out. All right. It is about time to get into. I did change it. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, let's cut this. All right, take two, man. Take two. Stephen A would not be proud. What is that? All right. Cool. It is about time to get into one of the biggest comeback stories since Paul George and him breaking his leg and coming back to the Clippers. Because let me tell you something. A lot of things are broken. Things break all the time. Bones, hearts, buildings, objects in buildings. Basically, you get what I'm about to say, right? Cyberpunk 2077 was one of the most broken games I've ever seen. As far as in totality, Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the more broken games I've ever seen. Because honestly, some people was able to play the game as soon as it launched and get through it with no problems, right? That's why I say in totality. Because when I tell you I've seen glitches in a video game that I thought wasn't even possible. I saw a man drive a car right through a building and nothing broke. And he wasn't supposed to be in that area in the slightest. He was just driving, went right through the building and went off the map. I've never seen that before in a video game. I know for some of y'all probably like, man, that ain't nothing. But for me, I like to play games that work. So I've never seen nothing like that. Now, I'm not going to spend most of this time explaining how broken of a game Cyberpunk 2077 was, because the reason why I say Paul George is, in fact, or it's for a fact, that Cyberpunk 2077 has officially fixed itself. Phantom Liberty DLC is one of the best marketing strategies I've seen for a video game this year, because they're essentially charging for a whole new game, but for half a game for people who already have the base game, if that makes sense. So I'm about to explain it, right? And before I explain it, make sure to follow my Analytic Dreams video podcast on Spotify for the video along with the audio, because right now it's kind of like showing the graphics, performance, and ray tracing mode for the PS5 and Xbox. If you want to see that along with what I'm talking about, then you can. But that being said, what I want to get at is Cyberpunk. I lost my train of thought. So we're just gonna completely change whatever I was about to say. Phantom Liberty. Oh, I remember. Sorry, I'm not that old yet. But so the base game is $30, right? The DLC is an additional $30. If you've never played Cyberpunk, you are essentially, I know new gen games are technically $70 now, but back in the, well, not back in the old day, like a year or two ago, you will be paying for essentially the full price for a game. If you buy the base game and then you buy the DLC, that's basically the price of a full game. Now, I know this may not be revolutionary, or it may not be super uh basically it's probably not the pioneer of DLC, right? But for me personally, this is the first time I've seen a marketing strategy where they essentially released a full price game in a way that doesn't make it seem like it was once broken. Hopefully this makes sense. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, which is Phantom Liberty, is a major DLC for Cyberpunk 2077. So it's not like, oh, they're charging you just because they fixed the game. This DLC adds new stories. We have a whole new A-list actor in the game, in Idris Elba. Keanu Reeves is back, and is very involved in the DLC story. Has new story, district, characters, weapons, vehicles. Like, it adds a plethora of new things with Phantom Liberty. So it's not just charging people for no reason. It's just because, oh, we fixed the game, so now we just raise the price. No, they're really showcasing how much they believe in this setting by developing a new DLC and continuing, because it's been like 3 years since this game came out, I believe. And they've continued to work on this to the point where people say is now officially, it only took 3 years, but it's officially at the point where they believe it should have been at the start, as far as it just being completely polished from start to finish. Obviously, you may run into bugs, but at this point, you most likely won't. And what they've suggested is you start as a new character instead of putting effort into continuing your existing character. I don't know why they say that. I think they're just saying that as another part of the to bring this full circle, as part of what I was saying about the marketing strategy. I think they're just saying that so somebody out there wants to play the game again. They're like, oh, they're basically telling me it's a brand new game, and now you're paying 30 for the base game, paying 30 for DLC, basically then pay for a whole new game. And so now essentially CD Projekt Red then effectively found a way to put out the game again, if that makes sense. Obviously, DLC, has a way to bring people back to your game, but not in this manner. Cyberpunk is basically being talked about like it's a whole new game, and that I have not seen in a while. So that is why I credit the marketing strategy, because you don't see this with broken games. I think if it wasn't for the anime, dang, I forgot what it's called. I watched it too. The Cyberpunk, I think it was called Edge Runners. I forget what it's called. Basically, the anime, I watched it, right, in its entirety. And when I tell you, I'm not even an anime person. That was one of the greatest pieces of TV I watched in a while. Like, the pacing was immaculate. The story was engaging. It every single character, you would have liked to see a whole series based on them. That's how good that TV show was. And I think, there's no spoiler, but I think they could have stretched this TV show out to like 3 to 4 series at the very least. The amount of stuff they cover, they could have stretched that one season into like 3 to 4 seasons, which inherently lets you know that they're not taking your time for granted. They're getting into the story in a way that is really captivating, and one of the best storytelling, like one of the best executions of storytelling I've seen in a while. So anyways, of course, how do you start Phantom Liberty is something that Cyberpunk fans are probably wondering. And like I said, you can start with a new or existing character, and you would need to complete the transmission main story mission and then receive a call from Song So Mi to start. I don't know what that is because I ain't never played the game. But hey, if you want to learn how to start Phantom Liberty, you can. And like I said, there's no spoilers being said throughout this whole entire segment. I'm just covering the basis of Cyberpunk. So the biggest new features from this DLC is improved police and enemy AI, which was a big deal. Revamped user interface which was another big deal. A whole new map in Dogtown, which is really an extension of the original map. New activities and side quests, of course. New weapons, cyberware. What else? New radio stations. Oh, that's another thing. I'm not gonna. Well, I might as well. So Idris Elba put out this cyberpunk song, right? And I reviewed it on my podcast. So definitely look up Idris Elba, Notorious, Mass Effect. It should definitely pop up. But this man put out a track for cyberpunk. He put out 3 tracks. I kid you not. One of them sounded like he was doing a good impersonation, like not bad, a good impersonation of Travis Scott. Another song sounded like he was doing a good impersonation of the rapper Dave, aka Lil Dicky. And then the third one sounded like this man was just straight up Daft Punk, if that's how you say it, and Marshmello. The way it was just like some techno beat type of vibe. So, anyways, that was fantastic. What else? New weapons, vehicles. Okay, I already said all that. It's basically how to get it. Okay, so how to get the Phantom Liberty DLC, right? So the standalone purchase is $19.99, so it's $20 on PC. Oh, I'm tripping. It's $20 on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X. Dang, so I was $10 off with the DLC, and it's included in. It's included on. Sorry, I was fixing it for the video people on Spotify. So it's $20 for a PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S. Cyberpunk 2077 Season Pass is for $30. So that's what's for $30. And it includes future updates. So it's already included. If you bought the Season Pass, you already get it. So that's another way they reward people for already being invested. Requires the base game. So that's the thing I was saying. Like, you have to buy the base game and then buy the DLC. Includes a free update with various changes for all players. So it probably comes out to $50 instead of $60. I thought it was $60. So I don't know why I thought the standalone DLC. I swear I looked it up on the PlayStation. I went to my PlayStation Marketplace, right? I looked at it, it said 30. I looked at the base game, it said 30. So I just assumed 60. So maybe that's incorrect. Maybe it's only 50. But anyways, you're still paying basically for a new game. What else? That's basically it. So shout out to CD Projekt Red for taking the time out to actually fix their game and showcasing what it looks like for developers to actually care about a game instead of just trying to get a cash grab. Because for the longest, when Avengers came out, I mean, they was putting out DLC and stuff, and they was like, oh, it's serviceable, but they still trying to get you for your money. With CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk, the reason why they didn't end up like the Avengers is because they actually cared about the game. They wasn't just trying to squeeze people out of money, and so they improved upon the base foundation into what it is now. And what some people are saying, this is one of the better games of 2023 because it's by far and away better than any RPG because it's the amount you get as far as content if you're starting from scratch. It's insane. You could be playing this game for months and still not run out of stuff to do. And for some games, aka Starfield, with it being at its at its foundation, it may not have as much content because granted, Cyberpunk's been around longer, so now it has more stuff built in, fixed than Starfield would. So instead of like, I would speak specifically for me. Instead of me going out right and purchasing a whole entire console just to play Starfield, which I was contemplating doing, I now have Cyberpunk, which is a polished game ready for anybody to pick up on any console. And you could argue you get 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more content than you do in Starfield. So anyways, that's basically all I have for Cyberpunk. I think I covered everything. That's basically it. Yeah, that's basically it. So the biggest changes, like I said, to reiterate, with the 2.0 update is improved police AI, vehicle combat, and overhauled perk system. And of course, if you want to see like the more in-depth, I mean, definitely follow Cyberpunk 2077 2.0 updates. They put out patch notes all the time. So anyways, click my Linktree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty DLC? And also, what do you think about CD Projekt Red finally putting out the game that everybody hoped for it to be in the first place? All right, that was perfect. Let's see. That video didn't slow down one bit. I like that. All right, so I may start doing that more often. I'd be underestimating my laptop. Like sometimes it'd be well, not sounding, but it'd be feeling like it's about to overheat. It never does though, so I ain't trying to kill it, but anyways. All right, let's get into the last gaming topic, which is Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Let's see. I don't think this DLC is coming out anytime soon, but we gonna cover it. Let me see. It's a chance to break the internet. When is the release date? Shouldn't hold your breath. Do this one. All right, cool. I always wonder how academic sits down and doesn't use the bathroom throughout the whole stream, but now I understand. Like, it's like, I don't know if it's TMI. Never mind. Y'all forget what I said. Hey, live rendition of episode 129. You gotta love it. All right, let's bring this up. Like, what was he about to say? I need to know. Well, that's unfortunate. I still got to complete Elden Ring. If anybody who bought the Elden Ring, or if anybody bought Elden Ring, have y'all beat the game? Because I'm literally at the point where I did all the side stuff for like the specific ending I wanted, got to the main story, and then stopped playing. I don't know if I was just lost interest or if some came out. Some probably came out because I've been playing video games. Like recently, I've been playing with Mortal Kombat. It's going crazy. My Sub-Zero. I know a lot of people say he may not be as strong as what he was in the beta, but hey, I can't tell. I'm giving hands, feet, and elbows to whoever wanted. Anyways, um, yeah, I want to get back to I want to get back around to beating Elden Ring, and I do want to fight Millennia. Like at this point, my character's pretty OP, so it's not like I'm not scared of any boss. Like one time I took on like 2 bosses, and I guess that was like one of the hardest things because I looked it up on you know, you gotta look up everything like for Elden Ring stuff. So I was looking up like the hardest bosses, and it was one of the ones I already beat. Now I know what y'all saying. Y'all like you probably got the mage build, and you right, you right, and no, just play. So I got the mage build. That makes things significantly easier, of course. But you still gotta grind to get it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they just hand it to you. Like I had to go out, do the quest. You know, I had to put in the work for that. For that Kamehameha. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm calling it, the Dragon Ball Z effect. For y'all who play Elden Ring, y'all know what I'm talking about. Once I got that move, it made stuff a lot easier. So I'm not really too worried about running into Millennia. Like she can catch these she can catch these spells too. You know what I'm saying? These spells do not discriminate. These spells are rated E for everyone, And I took that from I forget who said that first. But I should beat Elden Ring at some point. Probably not anytime soon. Let's see. 2024, quiet 2023. Why they keep saying, oh, they're saying Elden Ring had a quiet 2023. I'm about to say, From Software just put out Armor Core. If y'all ain't played Armor Core, it's from the same people who made this game. And it's, from what I've heard, it's fantastic. So, yeah. Let me see. Where to eat after I'm finished? That is the question. I would go to McAllister's again, but I already know that's close. You know what would be tough? If somebody ordered that loaded baked potato right before they close. Nah, you would have had to see me as a worker. If I worked for McAllister's and somebody did that, because I ain't gonna lie, that baked potato was loaded and it was fire. It was so fire. It was so fire. I still be thinking about it. I'm gonna spend the block back. I'm gonna spend a block on that loaded potato. I mean, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't know how good that loaded baked potato is at McAllister's. That's something serious. I ain't like. All right. Anyways, people over there kicking YouTube, y'all should be able to see it now. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. Let's get into Elden Ring. So in all actuality, Elden Ring hasn't been as braggadocious in 2023 because they could really talk their stuff, you know? From Software made a video game that literally had all game developers push their game back into the next year because guess what? Elden Ring had Game of the Year wrapped up. When Elden Ring came out, everybody knew there was no game that was going to compete with this one. This is the I think it's the right word. This is the crucible, the apex of gaming. Elden Ring is one of the best games I've ever played in life. And I've played a good amount of games. But for 2023, they decided to, you know, not rub it in the face of too many people, as not too much news has been coming out about Elden Ring. But I do believe the reason why not too much news has came out for Elden Ring, because if you know, the developers who made Elden Ring, they're called From Software. From Software made Armored Core. Armored Core came out this year. So I think to not take away too much promotion from that marketing rollout, they didn't show or highlight Elden Ring news too much. Because if you're a studio that has a mammoth of a game as successful as Elden Ring, and you're trying to put out another game, well, every single time you put out news about Elden Ring, it's just gonna completely, I think submerse is the word, the hype for your upcoming game, because everybody's gonna be like, oh, you're putting out new stuff for the game we actually care about. But from what I've heard, Armored Core is actually pretty solid, in that Armored Core should also be a candidate for Game of the Year this year. Because if you don't know, there's a lot of games up for Game of the Year this year. And I think that's the Elden Ring effect. Like, none of these games that came out this year was better than Elden Ring last year. And I'm sorry to people who don't like confusing games or hard games, but I think it's one of those things. It's like reading. It's like once you start, you get into the world and the world building, and then you're just in it. You realize that it's way more exciting and enticing than you would originally thought. Like, it's more captivating than you would have, than your wildest imagination. And I'm not even trying to be funny. It's like getting into a good book, which if you don't read, then that probably doesn't help you. But it's like getting into a good video game, getting into a good movie. That's what Elden Ring is. Like, think of your favorite entertainment. That's the video game format would be Elden Ring. So much lore, gameplay mechanics. And now, what this segment is basically about, DLC. Shadow of the Erdtree is a major Elden Ring DLC that's supposed to have a bunch of story impact and a significant amount of content for players to play. So we're very excited for it to come out. It says it's releasing in February, like the original game. So From Software's silence about the DLC's release date may be part of the strategic marketing plan, because like what I said, Armored Core they also made, so I don't think they just want to kill the excitement or the hype for that game. So they're trying to promote Armored Core by not talking about Elden Ring as much. With that being said, fans are still waiting for the Elden Ring DLC. Don't think that the hype has died down for Elden Ring. We just haven't received any news because they're hyping up the other game they're making. But once they come out with news about the game we actually want to hear about, the hype is going to build up to a level that you're like, oh wow, this game is still relevant. And yes, it is still relevant. And for the people wondering, I know I got a couple questions on my Spotify, shameless plug, Analytic Dreams video podcast on my Spotify channel to see the video along with the audio. But basically, somebody was asking me, they was like, hey, are you ever going to finish the Elden Ring Literally, they said like that. It was like, "Are you ever gonna finish that Elden Ring?" I was like, "It's not really," but you know, I'm not trying to be rude out here. You know, it's just you know, helping people out day by day. Anyways, I told him, yeah, I told him I was gonna finish it at some point. About some point, I mean, whatever I get around to, I ain't gonna lie. I'm playing a lot of games. If I wasn't playing games, I would have been finished it. But you know, I do call myself a gamer for a reason. I like a plethora of different games, a variety of games. I feel like my palette is pretty expensive, if I do say so myself. So I should get around to beating Elden Ring, hopefully before the deal. Like what I'm projecting, right? I play Mortal Kombat until Spider-Man comes out. I play Spider-Man to the end of the year, and then January I can end up beating Elden Ring. I know what you're saying. October, November, December, you're gonna be playing Spider-Man? Yes, I'm going to beat Spider-Man. I'm going to beat Spider-Man again, and I'm gonna beat Spider-Man again. Like it's gonna be an everlasting cycle of me playing Spider-Man. Like that game's gonna, and I may play it into 2024, but once January starts, I think I'm gonna try to finish Elden Ring. So for that person, that specific person that asked that question if I was gonna beat Elden Ring, yes, I do plan on doing it. So if you follow the Spotify, which he does, I'm just saying for other people. If you follow that channel, that's why I put all my gameplay walkthroughs and stuff. So that being said, um, lost my place. So yeah, it's basically it. They're talking about marketing strategies and stuff. They say that there's rumored, allegedly, take it with a grain of salt, supposed to be a trailer for the DLC announcement for the Game Awards at December, which would make a lot of sense. I mean, why not showcase a trailer at the show where you literally won best game of the year? Like it was wrapped up. Like people was like, oh, is God of War Ragnarok gonna beat out Elden Ring? Like it wasn't no real conversation. Like everybody was just trying to think of a runner up. So this year, you know, I feel like there's a lot more competition, but that's just simply because Elden Ring doesn't exist. So honestly, this year, nah, I'm not. I would call Baldur's Gate, nah, because it's such a niche game. Like at least with Elden Ring, like you can gravitate towards some mechanics. I feel like turn-based games is very niche. Nothing wrong with it. I just don't think it has the mass appeal like an Elden Ring can have. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Elden Ring and the Shadow of the Erd Tree being rumored to have a trailer released for the Game Awards show this December? And are you excited to play the DLC? Or are you excited to play Elden Ring once more? All right. Let me see. Where we at? 3 hours and 24. All right, we're doing pretty good on time. Shout out to 20. Oh, when was that 30? Shout out to basically, you know, I would say 30, but you know, I can't. Should I add Casper in there? You know what I mean? Don't, you know, it's not like, I don't know. Shout out to the 29 people that's tuning in live. I appreciate y'all over at Wisdom. Um, Also, you know, didn't forget about y'all. Shout out to my people in the Kick live stream. Shout out to my people in the YouTube live stream. We're getting back into the hip hop portion of things, and by the hip hop portion, I mean straight beef. We're gonna start with this one's tough. This was actually pretty tough, cause if I talk about the cartel, right, I gotta protect me. If I talk about the cartel, obviously I'm not talking about them in a bad way, because I would not do that. I've seen, you know, I've done enough research to realize they are the real life. They're what gangsters aspire to be. Let me just put it like that. But I had to cover my man Peso Pluma, man. It's one of my favorite artists, and he's beefing with the cartel, so I have to cover it. So if the cartel gets mad at me, hey, y'all gotta protect me. I'm sorry, I'm putting it on y'all. Y'all gotta protect me. Yep. I gotta be my bodyguards, man. Especially if, you know, I have 4% of my podcast audience in Mexico. Like what's 4% of 80,000? Hold up. Give me 1 second. I gotta do some math right quick. Calculator. 80,000. No, that's not how it works. 4%. It's 40. 4%, right? Is that 4%? No, that's 0.04. Oh my goodness. I need help. 4%. Nope. I'm just gonna type it in. Yo, I swear I'm in college. I swear. 4%. 4% of. Let me see. Here we go. There we go. We about to get the answer. All right. I need all 3,200 of y'all to protect me when I come to Mexico. I can't be having the cartel pulling up on me and thinking it's, you know, and thinking I was trying to be offensive. You know what I'm saying? I'm just covering the news. They was in it, and that's it. I don't want no beef. Peso Pluma, one of my favorite artists. That's it, man. So I'm saying that now. I'm about to reiterate the same statement when I start the segment. But all 3,200 of y'all, I need y'all to help me out. We got to stick together and protect my life. All right, cool. No, honestly, I'm pretty scared of the cartel. Like, I've heard stories that's like, it's like, dang, if they got the police scared, then why should I even go there? You know? It's like if Young Thug, it's like if he continued to get away with crimes. Like, that's how I look at the cartel. It's like they just been getting away like for a while. Like, they just been doing stuff blatant. Because of course, you know, Young Thug, you know, got away with it for a while, but now he's, you know, locked up. So, anyways, should I say allegedly? I guess. That's the worst allegedly ever. Let me see. Oh, I got new running shoes. Can't wait to test them out. I'll probably test them out tomorrow. I try to work out like 4 to 5 times a week. I've been running more often, seeing results. So I bought me some. I mean, I've been using my running shoes for at least like 10 months. Apparently, you're supposed to switch them out like every 20 weeks or whatever, especially for how much I run. I don't run a lot, but like the amount I run, that's how I'm supposed to do it. And so yeah, 10 months is way more than 20 weeks, I believe. So I gotta start paying more attention to that. I was just thinking it just lasts forever. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I got the Nike Zoom X. Man, when I tell you it feel like you running on pillows, I kid you not. I might as well be in the clouds the way I'm running up. Yeah, let me chill. You know, I feel like a rapper. All right. Should I pull this up? Yeah, let's pull this up. All right. Can I? Nah, that's not how it works. I don't know what that says. Hold up. Yeah, we finna just translate all that. All right, we finna cover Peso Pluma. Let's see. What does Peso Pluma mean? Let me see. What does Peso Pluma mean? Featherweight. I don't know if I like that word. Why would he call himself a featherweight? It's kind of a diss, ain't it? Anyways, let's get into it. All right. Now, before I start, right? I was saying this to my live chat, but this is what I gotta do. I gotta point out that 4% of my audience is from Mexico. We do around 80,000 weekly downloads every week. So this is what I want to say, right? If I cover this segment involving the cartel, if I ever come to Mexico, I need a certain majority of the 3,200 people to protect me. Because what I'm about to say is not in offense. I do not mean no. I can't even get it out. I'm so flustered, right? I'm not speaking negative about the cartel. I'm just covering this segment in a way that I believe is impactful to the masses and especially for Peso Pluma fans. All right. So with that being said, let's get into the segment. Remember, no offensive or no offense to anybody who this may concern, right? All type of please, I'm copping. 2-for-1 sale, the way I'm copping, please. Anyways, so Peso Pluma, if y'all don't know, Mexican musician, I've said multiple times, he's my favorite, right? This particular track from him, I think it's called Culona. Let's see if I can pull this up. Honestly, it's on my playlist, and my playlist is on my my Linktree if you want to look at it. But yeah, so Karol G and Peso Pluma, Culona, that track is beyond fire. I don't care if I don't know a single word. That track is straight fuego. So with that being said, Peso Pluma is one of those type of artists, musicians that's running up the charts on Billboard, and he's running up the charts. Well, he's running up the charts in real life. So by real life, I mean like his fans are showing up to his performances. And with that, that's where this segment, that's where this comes into play, because he had to cancel a show in Tijuana, I think J with an H, so Tijuana, Mexico, due to alleged threats, death threats from the cartel. The threats were made through narco, I don't know, you know, hey, I'm just reading off the news, another plea cop. The threats were made through narco mantis banners, supposedly on behalf of the cartel. Is that a name? Definitely not snitching. Let's keep going. The banners warned Peso Pluma not to perform on October 14th, stating it will be his last performance. That would spook me. Let's keep going. Peso Pluma's management announced the show's cancellation on Instagram, citing the safety of everyone involved. And I do have up the announcement he made for one of the canceled dates. It's just in Spanish. So if you don't speak Spanish, if you don't read Spanish, you gotta look. So anyways, let's keep going. The artist's songs contain references to the narco lifestyle, including mentions of Joe Queen, El Chapo Guzman, drugs, and weaponry. Obviously, you know who El Chapo is, right? Let's keep going. Authorities arrested a man responsible for placing the threatening banners in Tijuana. So the person who put that banner up was arrested. I'm not going to speak on any side. All I'm going to say is, you know, they did what they had to do. Let's keep going. Peso Pluma's popularity has grown rapidly, but his lyrics have drawn criminal attention, leading to safety concerns for concert goers. Dang, what is this? The Mexican Travis Scott? Anyways, his next scheduled concert after the cancellation is on September 30th in Chula Vista. Now, the reason why I wanted to touch on this is because it's very interesting the way that the certain powers that be can influence entertainment. That's why I'm gonna leave it at. As we just saw somebody connected to Tupac's murder that happened 23 years ago just now be solved only because he's blatantly profiting off of that incident through books, interviews, and things of that nature. Police was like, we're not going to have that. You're not just going to be out here bragging about this murder, one of the biggest unsolved murders, quote unquote, and you're just out here bragging about it. So we're going to lock you up. And now you're charged with allegedly giving the weapon to the killer when originally you were supposed to have immunity, right? So I say all that to say this. The legal system is very interesting in the way they let certain things slide and not others. And that's all I'm gonna say. So, hey, like I said, 2-for-1 on Please Cops, because I'm copping them. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. For my Peso Pluma fans out there, how do y'all feel about his standing, his stance against, how do you find his situation with the cartel? And for the people there, how serious is it? And do you think Peso Pluma will be able to keep rising as an up and coming artist with this type of heat and death threats from the cartel? All right, that's cool. Kyrie tweeting like crazy. Why he tweeting so much? Patrick Mahomes just threw his second. Oh, that's not him. I thought that was Kyrie. Apparently, Patrick Mahomes playing like trash. That's crazy. All right, let's keep going. Let me see. We have 2 topics left. 3 hours and 36 minutes. We're doing great on time. I try to do 3 to 4 hours on every episode. I try to get these. I try to get through these topics. You know, that's the format that people like now, and so that's what I like to do. I do it all in one sitting and put it out over time. Let's see. Peso versus Cartel. Nicki versus Cardi. Now I know y'all want to hear this. I know y'all want this one. Nicki versus Cardi. That's been up in the air for a minute. See, this is like the way I speak about the cartel is not the way I'm about to speak about Nicki's husband and gangsters. Like they just, I'm not gonna say they wannabes. Ain't gonna be that disrespectful, but they ain't finna do half, even a quarter of what the cartel be doing. It's not even close. Not close at all. Not close. they just I mean, to some people, obviously, you know, they like that, but for the most part, they just be talking. But they be doing what I'm doing right now. They be just chatting. We just chatting. All right. Ba-ba-ba. And then we're gonna end with the GOAT versus Charlemagne. Um, wonder what will be open around this time. I may just go to McDonald's, no cap. McDonald's be holding me down. Or I may mess around. You know, I've been running so much. I've been having cheat days like crazy. Like as far as food now, you know, black men don't cheat. Like, come on now. But as far as food, I've been eating whatever. Like at this point, I run so much that I think that's why I like running, because it's like I can eat certain stuff I shouldn't more often. That's my balance mentally for running so much. So I may go get some dog meat at Taco Bell. You know, me and Pluto may be eating the same thing tonight. Anyways, oh, that's a great picture. Yeah, let's use this one. I can't believe that Nicki's husband was acting out like that. It's really unfortunate. Like you would think the queen of rap would get a, like, wasn't she trying to be with Nas? If you look at this new guy, literally looks just like, I mean, it doesn't look just like Nas, but you can see it. Like she definitely has a type. Maybe I'm tripping though, because she was with Safari. But now she just wants to be with gangsters. It's like, it's kind of weird. Does nobody find it weird that Nicki is like being with gangsters? I don't know if age has anything to do with it, but you know, just like at her tenure in the game, it's like she's so prestigious that at this point, you know, try to pick her up, you know, Michael B. Jordan or something. Like, I don't know how old Michael B. Jordan is, but I don't know. Maybe it's hard for her. But no, it's Nicki. That's what I'm saying. Like, why is she with this guy? I'm not even that type of person. 'Cause I feel like that's like drama, but like honestly, like the things he's been like convicted on, like not even alleged, like convicted on. Like, why is she with him? Mhm. I didn't even start my segment. I just had to get that off. All right, y'all ready? Nicki versus Cardi. We'll get into the beef once more because this beef is never ending. And by never ending, I mean it's never ending. Oh, hold on. I got one more article. Let's see. Why everybody keep talking about that deer antler spray? What is that? Are they accusing somebody of taking that? Well, I guess NFL games is happening. But I ain't gonna lie, if I played in the NFL, I'm using every physical enhancement I could find. Like, you ain't finna have me run into grown man for my job, and I ain't finna be taking nothing. Like, nah, bro, you come do this. Like, Like, you gonna be, man. I don't say NFL players do it. They be risking their lives for. I mean, I guess it's millions of dollars, but still, like, but what's millions of dollars if you can't think correctly after you're done? I don't know. Maybe I'm hating. All right, let's get into Nicki and Cardi. All right. The beef between Nicki and Cardi is forever lasting, right? So now, when we get into the husbands, quote unquote, beefing, because really, as we've seen and as it's unfolded, it's a one-sided beef. And it's resulted in him being sentenced to house arrest, to be in a video proclaiming that we're outside, yeah, you guys ain't here, but hey, don't mess with me because me and my homies, we outside. And then, not even 24 hours after, to be sentenced to house arrest for violating the terms of his probation. That's just beyond idiotic. You know, it's to the point where we have to start looking at Nicki Minaj and why she's even with him because of certain stuff that he's convicted on. Like, literally convicted for certain stuff that's like, he's convicted for stuff that, if I have, like, I'm gonna say it, but literally I have to preface it with, this could be a trigger warning for somebody, right? Nicki's husband is convicted for the attempted rape of Jennifer Hugh in 1994, for which he served over 4 years in prison. And then after the fact, Hugh, the victim, all the way in 2021, sued Petty, which is the guy, and well, his real name is Kenneth Petty, so they're using his last name. So she sued Kenneth and Nicki in 2021, alleging intimidation, harassment, and threats related to her rape accusation. Why involve yourself in that if you don't have to? At this point, it's more than obvious that it's a choice that Nicki is making, but being one of the greatest rappers to ever live, male or female, being the queen of the women rap space where it's not even close, nobody comes close. Nicki literally just put up one of her biggest tracks of all time with Super Freaky Girl, and her main competition that I have on the screen failed to even be in the top 10. Is holding on for dear life to be in the top 50 where her track Bongos with Megan Thee Stallion, right? So you look at that and just the difference of 1 and 2, the gap that Nicki has with the competition in the women's space. It's like, why would you not attach yourself to somebody with more prestige, and you disregard that to attach yourself to a man that's convicted of raping someone? Like, it's just very insane the way that Nicki is going about, which some people may be like, if the girl's in love, then so be it, right? I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying right now. Nicki is literally one of the greatest rappers ever. Put that to the side. Has made the most money has made the most money as far as women rappers in the industry. Put that to the side. Has had fashion deals, a whole iconic cult-like fan base in the Barbs. Put that to the side. And now you're attached to Lil Wayne and Drake forever as being Young Money, one of the greatest hip-hop trios of all time. And what you do it, like, who you attach yourself with as far as marriage, because if she was just dating him, obviously we'd be like, dang, that's messed up, and we wouldn't care as much. They are literally married. She calls herself Miss Petty, and she knew all of this before marrying this guy. So it's like, I just don't understand, right? As a Nicki Minaj fan myself, I don't understand some of the decisions being made, and it's her life, obviously. But as Notorious Mass Effect, and as me being calling myself Analytic Dreamz with this platform, it would be a disservice to the hip hop community to not point out how much hypocrisy and how much detrimental effects can happen just from attaching yourself to a certain partner. So now, every time that this man gets sentenced to house arrest for violating his terms of probation, guess what they're going to put in the news? Nicki Minaj's husband, Kenneth Petty, has been sentenced to house arrest for violating the terms of his probation. It's not Kenneth Petty has been sentenced to house arrest. It's Nicki Minaj's husband has been sentenced to house arrest. Now you're attaching yourself to negative publicity in a way that could have been easily avoided. Now, why was he sentenced to house arrest? Let's get into the drama of the situation. I don't even like covering drama, but because it's Nicki and she's the biggest, then I might as well cover it, right? Nicki Petty, my fault. Kenneth Petty made threatening, well, both of them, basically. So Kenneth and Nicki was making threatening remarks towards individual in the company of someone with a criminal record believed to be Offset, right? Cardi B's husband. So that's what the violation happened. So the violation involved Kenneth Petty making threatening remarks towards an individual while in the company of someone with a criminal record. So that being said, the probation officer also recommended placing Kenneth and the location monitoring program to closely monitor his activities and limit his movements. Obviously, I don't think they, oh yeah, okay. So Petty, I don't know which name to call this man. Kenneth Petty agreed to the modification terms and waived the personal appearance before the court. And now he's been ordered to serve up to 120 days of house arrest. Y'all understand how insane that? But that is insane. 120 days is a lot. 7 days in a week. Y'all do the math. Anyways, in July 22nd, 2022, Kenneth was sentenced to a year of home confinement, 3 years of probation, and a $55,000 fine for failing to register as a sex offender in California. So that's some of the nitty drama that they'll be like. That's some of the other drama that she attaches herself with for some reason. And or if you want to know, this is not like some recent thing. Like, they've been married. They Nicki and Kenneth got married in 2019 and had a son together. What else? So this is like serious, right? You're attaching yourself seriously with somebody like this. That's another thing. I should have prefaced with that, because a lot of people just gonna think, oh, she could leave him at any time, right? She has a kid with him, chose to get married. Like, she's really taking it serious with a guy who already had all these convictions and violations, and it's just like she's trying to promote this gangster appeal for no reason. She's already accomplished, which is why I kept listing off the accomplishments that she has. Like, she's already accomplished in to keep doing this, or not doing this, to keep promoting this type of lifestyle that you're a gangster for ultimately no benefit, doesn't make sense to me. Like, only reason I see her doing this is because Cardi B rose to a height that she didn't ever think that could happen, right? She didn't ever think the runner-up in the women field, because don't get it twisted, Nicki by far is still number one. She never thought her runner-up competition would get as close as Cardi B has gotten to her. So every time she takes a jab, it's for a reason. It's because she's trying to knock her down a peg or two, right? I mean, she literally just finished clowning Offset by putting up all type of Michael Jackson memes and stuff, because Offset, if you don't know, he went on Kai Cenat, did like a 24-hour stream. He did an interview with Bobby Alhoff. I don't know how to say her name. And he had a whole video basically paying homage to Michael Jackson for like one of his singles. I think it was called Fan, just for it to flop. Didn't chart at all. Like, didn't even chart. Like, top 100 Billboard, Offset, major label. He didn't chart at all after doing all that promotion. So Nicki, hold up, I wonder if I can find it. I think it was on her Twitter. Nicki spent time to clown him, right? Doing all that effort for just to flop, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, hip hop is a contact sport, so there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. So this is not like me bashing Nicki, but I'm just, you know, it just plays off of the fact that her husband was also threatening him. And yeah, look at this. Because I don't want y'all to think I'm just saying stuff. Look, Michael Jackson meme. Another Michael Jackson meme. Michael Jackson memes for days. Nicki Minaj laughing. Michael Jackson laughing. And then after that, right after she posted that, look what she posted. After all that, Shy. And guess what? Guess what the comments are gonna say? Because the Barbs are also they be tag teaming and clowning these people. I wonder if anybody says the name. Nobody's saying the name. I love how they keeping it. Like it's like an inside joke to them. So I like how her code fan base like actually understands her humor, because they don't want to like act like or give him no promotion, but they want to clown him without giving a promotion, which is why the Barbs is like they actually are one of the better fan bases in music. Can you not look at quote tweets no more? Did they take away quote tweets? Am I tripping? Quote tweets? No. I don't know if you can look at quote tweets no more. Dang, did they take away quote tweets? Anyways, they know who she talking about. Obviously, she's talking about Offset doing all that Michael Jackson stuff for his latest single that didn't chart at all. So yeah, man. At the end of the day, basically, I'll say all that to say, but tell Nicki stop playing gangster. And obviously, she's not playing at this point because she married a gangster, so she done married herself into that lifestyle. So I don't understand. I understand clowning somebody for the sales because, you know, hip hop is a contact sport. That happens sometimes. But the threatening, especially at the VMAs where this happened, Kenneth Petty, you know, threatening Offset and Cardi B back at the hotel after the VMAs and you know, saying we outside or whatever. It's just too much. And there's no place for that. One thing I always say is women rappers know how to beef way or much better than male rappers, because a male rapper will, you know, try to kill you. Women rappers, you know, at the most, you know, they just be like, I see you outside and stuff like that. Like nothing really happens. So that's why I like it to stay at. And for Nicki to do this, it's like she's trying to get into that realm of, no, something can really happen to you, you know? And I don't like where that's headed. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B? And what do you think about her husband being sentenced to house arrest after saying he was outside? Very ironic and hilarious situation. But as far as the Nicki wanting to be a part of the gangster appeal, what do you think that will ultimately have as an effect on her career? Alrighty, let's get into the GOAT. I like how I saved Drake for last. That's nice. Let me see. Saving Drake for last. That's something I wanted to do. Oh, shout out to the 32 people in the Wisdom live chat. Hopefully you're enjoying the live stream. Shout out to the people in the Kick live chat, YouTube live chat. I appreciate y'all taking the time out of your night to listen to me break down the latest gaming and hip hop. Of course, you can follow my podcast via my link tree in bio. I'm on every podcast platform. We just surpassed 1.8 million total downloads in just 9 months under the new hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. So if you don't know, that's where you're gonna find me for most of the content I make. So make sure to follow that. What else? That's basically it. Yeah, that's all I got. Anyways, let's get into the last topic. And yeah, let's get into the last topic. Let me see. Drake versus Charlemagne. This is more lighthearted. If y'all don't know, Charlemagne is one of the funniest people on the mic. Like, if you ever read his book, I think his background is why he's so funny. Like, to get beat up for being funny and to like, I'm not even, this is not like me starting the segment. It's me just talking. But for Charlamagne to get beat up like he did in his book and to still talk the way he does, it's funny. Somebody said Zach Wilson must know that Taylor Swift is in the stands. He must be balling right now. It says it's a tie game. That's crazy. I told y'all, Taylor Swift show up and people, you know, hey, I don't know if people consider Taylor Swift, you know, a baddie, you know, but the baddies show up, you know, athletes be showing out. No cap. All right, Drake, Charlamagne. I'm gonna look up the video of Drake, of Charlamagne clowning Drake, cause bro, when Charlamagne be clowning Drake, it be some of the funniest stuff ever. Charlamagne be hitting them with some haymakers. Cause I feel like all these are just lighthearted jokes, but I feel like Drake be taking it way too serious. Let me see. Oh, here it is. No, is that the corny one? I need the compilation. There was a compilation somewhere. I don't know if it was on Twitter. Like, it's been the compilation that everybody was playing. Like, I gotta see that again. Like, this shit's funny. Oh, here it is right here. This is hilarious. What's the volume button?
A whole different type of breed. It don't got nothing to do with nothing other than he's just a different type of breed, man. Drake's used to people laughing at him and talking about him behind his back from high school. So that was the who's laughing at me post. I hear y'all laughing at me. Y'all supposed to be my friends. I think Drake can rap. You know what I'm saying? I think he can rap. He's a dope rapper. But I hate when he sings. And I just think personally he's a corny guy.
Get in the car.
No, that's hilarious. This is the video that's been circulating because it's like that's funny. He said there's gay, there's straight, and there's Drake. I ain't gonna lie. If I was an artist and one of the most prominent hip hop commentators was talking to me like that, Drake got a lot of money. That's all I'm gonna say. Drake better than me. Let me see. Like, you can obviously go see Charlamagne. It's not like he's hiding, you know. But I think he just be talking. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's that serious. Like, for male beef, you never know. Like, people be beefing, they just be like, nah, bro, like, I'm serious. And he'd be like, dang, I thought we was joking. And then I remember one time I was talking about Boston Richie. Like, his management hit me up. It was like, bro, where you live, all that type of stuff. I was like, dang, y'all mad. Then I gave him my address, told him pull up. Nah, just playing. I ain't give him my address. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not tough. He was pretty upset though, because one of my tweets went viral about him snitching, and I don't care about snitching, but you know, I'm gonna tweet about it. You know, keep people informed. And it was like, man, that ain't even true. Why you putting that up? I'm like, bro, like, I don't care. Like, I just don't care that much. Like, if I'm talking about you, it's just it's entertainment. I think Boston Richie bounced back though. I think him and Academics has a pretty nice connection. I don't know. Let's see. I wonder how y'all feel about snitching. Like, I feel like if you're not a gangster, if you're not breaking the law, should you really care about it? I think that's what people be telling on themselves. Like, why do you care about snitching so much? Think about it. Think about it. What they got to hide. Because as a law-abiding citizen, I hope somebody snitch on me. Snitch on me, you know, tell people all the good work I'll be doing in society, you know? Fundraisers, volunteer work, church. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. All right. Yo, these videos of Charlamagne Clown and Drake is beyond hilarious. Also, for the people over at Wisdom, if I play like audio elements from my lap, if I play audio elements, oh, this is what I needed from my laptop, you won't hear it. which I've said it before, but I know new people coming in, which obviously, if you missed any part of this, just know it'll be uploaded after the fact to my podcast. That's why I say definitely make sure to follow my podcast platforms via my link tree in my bio, and definitely follow my social medias because have a I've been doing decent, I guess, on social media. I'm not good at social media. Like I'm glad my platforms are doing well because I'm like, if it was the opposite, I would not know how to promote on social media. Like I'd be basically promoting my social medias through my podcast platform. I'm like, dang. So, anyways, hopefully that makes sense. Let's see. Last topic. Dang, 4 hours. I don't even feel tired. Let's see. Probably give me some food, do some homework. You know what I'm saying? What y'all night look like? You know, I'll probably do some homework. And, you know. Let's see. Not homework after recording for 4 hours. This man mental health must be in the dumps. Nah, I'm alright. I promise you I'm alright. What Drake say, he said he loved when he do this or whatever. It's my passion. Y'all ain't even know. So I'm like, I don't know. I'll be quoting Drake sometimes. Sometimes I'll be blanking. Alright. We're gonna start off with this video. So for my people over at Wisdom, when I start off, you probably just gonna hear me laughing because I ain't gonna lie, this is beyond hilarious. Like Charlemagne, I think he could literally do stand up. I'm not even joking. But yeah, I'm gonna start the segment off with him clowning Drake so people know where Drake is coming from. All right, let me see. Last segment of the episode, and it's straight jokes. So let's get into it. Oh, for my people over at Kicking YouTube, y'all should be able to see it now. Hopefully. Yeah, y'all can see it now. All right. Let's get into it right now. Being a Drake stan, I'm very conflicted on this back and forth, but what makes it easier, it makes it easier when I keep telling myself it's all jokes. Because at the end of the day, Charlemagne is just a flat out comedian. Maybe one of the funniest hip hop commentators we've ever had in life. So, that being said, Drake is the biggest hip hop artist we've ever had in life. And when those two collide, you get into an interesting space where Drake starts to get in his feelings because he's not used to people talking about him the way that Charlemagne has. I mean, if you have somebody that can not only change your life, but can change your kid's life, your kid's life, and your kid's life, you will probably talk to them or talk to him in a certain way that's respectful, right? Some will call that a yes man. I've been fortunate to have friends, associates with a lot of money. Not associates, friends, right? And I could say, and they know personally, I've never been a yes man. Honestly, I've said stuff to friends with a lot of money where you probably shouldn't even say that to them, but it came from a place of just, you want to be real with them. So that is the basis of this back and forth. I think Charlemagne says stuff that Drake does not hear in a circle, right? Because obviously you don't want to talk to Drake in a certain way that could get you kicked out, and now your whole life has changed. Charlemagne is that person that doesn't need Drake, is his own man, so he could say what some, if not most people, are thinking. And with that, make sure to follow my Analytic Dreams video podcast on Spotify to get the video elements along with the audio so you can watch along and hear. Well, you'll be able to hear regardless, but you can watch along as Charlemagne gives a masterclass at his finest on one of the biggest hip hop musicians in the world.
Out here. It's Gay, Straight, and Drake. And Drake is just a whole different type of breed. It don't got nothing to do with nothing other than he's just a different type of breed, man. Drake's used to people laughing at him and talking about him behind his back from high school. So that was the who's laughing at me post.
Now okay, throughout this whole video, that's my favorite video. This is my favorite one right here. Like, this is the most creative one.
Nothing other than he's just a different type of breed. Drake's used to people laughing at him and talking about him behind his back from high school. So that was the who's laughing at me post. I hear y'all laughing at me. Y'all supposed to be my friends. I think Drake can rap. You know what I'm saying? I think he can rap. He's a dope rapper. But I hate when he sings. And I just think personally he's a corny guy.
You know what? I think y'all gotta read Charlamagne's book, Black Privilege. Because if you read it, you will realize that this man is a bully. This man came up being bullied and then turned into the bully because he used to be the nerd. If you realize in his book, that's why reading is fundamental, kids. You know, I'm young enough to be a kid, but I just, I felt like saying that, But anyways, let's bypass that. Back to what I was saying. Reading somebody's books gives you an insight into their life you otherwise would not have. So reading Charlamagne's Black Privilege, I learned that his dad is the reason he started to get into the drug game and the gangster lifestyles, because he used to be a good kid, studying, getting good grades and all that type of stuff. But one instance that changed is they was watching some TV show he was watching.
Here is the thing. Once you're a child, a person that did not respect me the way that I deserved to be respected.
What in the world?
Here's the thing. I loved them anyway.
All right, I'm trying to find it.
Just like you,
Let me see. Something's playing on my phone. I don't know how that works. All right. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all can still hear me, right? All right. I'll probably just have to edit that out. I don't know if Wisdom can't handle streaming for that long, but it seems like I'm still up. Yeah, it seems like I'm still up. All right. Anyways, let's keep going. Completely lost my train of thought, so I'm definitely have to edit this. Should I write that down? I'll keep it. Yes, I don't think I had to edit for the most part. Definitely not starting over. Where was that at? Oh, I was talking about this book. Okay. So I'm about to pick back. So for the people live, I'm about to just pick back up the segment. So it may be a little abrupt, but just so it makes it easier for me to edit. If you've read Charlamagne's book titled Black Privilege, and not to be preachy, but reading is fundamental. And one of the things I realized about reading is they will put certain information that you could only get from that book. So when you say it, they realize that you read the book. So basically, the way that plays here is with Charlamagne the God, right? Even his whole name was, broken down into the book in a way that I don't think he's ever explained in person. But we're not going to focus on that. We're focusing on the bully, the guy who was bullied, the guy who is a bully, and how he came to be that person. Because those are two different personas, right? When he first started off in Black Privilege, he was a quote unquote nerd. He was I don't know if he was the corny guy. He never said that in the book, but he was the nerd, went to class, got good grades, studied, all that stuff, right? Apparently, he was watching, and this was the turning point. He was watching some type of TV show with his with his cousins. And something happened on the TV show. Then he took it upon himself to reenact whatever happened in that scene. And it was back in the day, y'all, so don't cancel me. it was like feminine qualities or whatever what he was reenacting. So his cousins told his dad, and his dad was like, from now on, you hanging with these you hanging with these cousins and instead of the girls, right? Basically, he wanted him to hang with more guys instead of the girls. And so it came to a point where he started to pick up things from his guy cousins, which got him into the drug game, got him into it being a gangster, ended up being a bully. I mean, one of the points in this book was they will pick somebody in the school to knock out. Like literally, like people in his clique at the end of class or whatever, they would pick somebody just to knock them out. And I'm being so serious. It was in this book. You got to read it. Such a great read. Throughout the book, right? He went to a bunch of different schools because of him getting locked up for drugs and basically, selling weed, being in the wrong group, fighting, all that sorts of stuff. So he was always the guy to antagonize people. That's what I'm getting at. So the guy you're seeing is a much more reformed Charlemagne. Well, I hope so. Hopefully he's not still doing what he was doing in the beginning of this book. But basically, this is a antagonizer. You can't take him serious. He's doing things to only make you upset. And that, if you read Charlemagne's book, has always been his character. And it didn't used to be, but thanks to his dad not wanting him to grow up as a kid who, was a straight and narrow, because apparently it was making him do weird feminine things, get into the drug game, be a gangster and stuff. So he transitioned to a much more different persona that we're seeing a reformed version of today. But that's where it came from, right? So that's the premise. I know that was a huge breakdown, but that is where I'm seeing this man come from, because I read his book, so I have that background knowledge of him having all of them personal instances of just being a straight bully to people. I mean, knocking people out is pretty, that's pretty messed up. Like, if that's not a bully, if that's not the literal definition of what you think of when you think of a bully, I don't know what is. So anyways, let's keep going. So basically now he's just bullying Drake, but in his hip-hop personality way.
Get in the car the next morning, turn on like Power 105 and hear some nerd telling them that I'm gay, or they have pictures of me, or that.
This video did Drake no justice. I'm not gonna lie to you. The mannerisms, the way he's saying it, everything he's saying about Charlemagne just seems like it just screams he was right.
And hear some nerd telling them that I'm gay, or they have pictures of me, or that to me is like, why, man? Like, for what? Why are you using your job to tear me down? Like, you're a real fucking loser, Sorry. And I don't bother anybody. I'm not a foul artist, I'm not.
Like, you could tell Drake is upset by like what Charlemagne just said. So this is like after he's seen all that, right?
That's it, man.
No new friends, no new friends, no new friends, no. Who talks like that?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like Drake, Charlemagne's just obviously an antagonizer, and the way that Drake tried to combat it to bring this full circle and back on, well, we was on topic, but to bring this more specifically back to what I was wanting to touch on, Drake said, quote, "Are you okay, Leonard?" Which, if you don't know, Charlemagne's real name is Leonard. "You kind of weirding me out, G." Like, hold on, let me make this bigger for the people so you can see this. I don't know how big I can make this. What in the world? I don't know. That's how big it's gonna get. I'm sorry, I can't make it any bigger. "Are you okay, Leonard?" 2 question marks. That's how you know somebody wants an answer. "You kinda weirding me out, G. Like you really obsessed with me or something for years. Like you look in the mirror and wish you saw my reflection. Type beat." Obviously it says type something else, but it's a PG podcast. "Whatever you gotta do to let it out, I'm sure your 435 loyal fans will stand by you, Goofy." That's how I'm gonna end it, because he went off. He dropped the F-bomb. That's how you know Drake. Like, Charlemagne invokes a type of reaction from Drake that makes him just drop F-bombs left and right. Like, this man don't even talk like this to no personality, right? And 435 loyal fans has to be a dig at something. Like, I can't put my finger on it, but that number is just too specific. Like, I don't know if Charlemagne always does around 400 when he does live venues and he's supposed to sell them out by thousands. Like, I don't know like what type of dig that is, but that's too specific of a number for Drake just to throw out there. And that's my personal opinion. I don't know, I don't have any facts for that, but I'm thinking that his loyal fans has to be a jab at him not being able to sell out certain live venues. Not like, you know, not stadiums or arenas or nothing like that. Just like, you know, personalities, they host live events, and you know, sometimes in the thousands, and maybe you have a 5,000 capacity venue and you can only get around 400 people. Like, maybe that's what the jab is at. Because I'm like, Drake just don't throw out jabs. Like, the reason, the point where I realized Drake just don't throw out random jabs is when his homies all had on Chris Paul jerseys amidst the Kanye beef. Nobody thought anything of it, just thought it was a random post, right? Fast forward when they supposedly stopped beefing, Kanye said, oh yeah, by the way, I found this man with his wife, with a picture of Chris Paul. That man Drake is a devious human. Like, he is ill. He is sick, petty, everything you can. Hey, it's a lot. So anyways, what else? Then he tried to get on Charlemagne's level with the jokes, which I don't think Drake's as funny as Charlemagne. I think he is one of the more funnier rappers, but that's not saying too much, because most rappers' personality is like watching paint dry. So Drake was saying in deep thought about how you the off-brand Morris Chestnut, which is not even is that a slight? Like, pause, but the Morris Chestnut's not like a bad looking person. And if you're the off-brand him, it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm tripping. What else? That's basically it, man. It was all jokes. This is all funny because I think at the end of the day, it's just all for jokes. Like, it's just all for fun and promotion. Drake knows that his reach is way more than Charlemagne, so exemplifying and highlighting this is just going to put more eyes on Charlemagne. So I don't know why he would do it if he really cared. That's why I don't think he cares. I think they're just joking back and forth. I think Drake is sort of not joking. Like, he's like, I'm sort of serious, but I'm not going to take it all the way there. And Charlemagne's just straight jokes. Like, he's just straight bully mode. And obviously it's not back in the day when they used to knock people back in this high school, but you know, it's to that effect with the words. So what he used to do physically to people as far as starting fights and knocking people out, he's doing verbally against some of the biggest artists in the game. And with that being said, click my Linktree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Charlemagne versus Drake, aka Aubrey Graham? Aubrey versus Leonard. These are the times we're in. This is what happens when nobody drops music in 2023. But anyways, let me know what you think about their beef, and who do you think got the upper hand and their verbal spat. Getting into the overview of the pod, of course, we started with Doja Cat because, as you know, the episode is titled Sales Over Integrity. Is it worth it? And the reason I titled that is specifically because of Doja Cat's first week sales. So I got into how her sales was definitely a disappointment, and one of the biggest disappointments, I think, in the music industry, because to have somebody have the #1 single in the world, to drop an album following that single, and for it to flop, quote unquote, and only selling 69,000 first week is under a major label is pretty disappointing. And that's one of the biggest surprises of 2023. Then we got to BTS members renewing their contracts with Big Hit Music. Basically, every single member of BTS has had a track charting in the top 100 for Billboard. So at that point, it's like Big Hit knew that they, you know, pun intended, had a hit on their hands with multiple BTS members. So they was like, let's renew this group membership so we can get all y'all to come back together after you finish doing mandatory military service. And once again, I believe it's Sugar, Jim, and J-Hope that's set up that's set to complete their mandatory military service. So yeah. Then we transition into the music industry, basically talking about how Taylor Swift is just out here impacting the economy on a global scale to the point where music industry has hit an all-time revenue high. And that is insane. After that, we got into WGA Studios reaching a tentative agreement with WGA, basically ending their strike with the studios, but the writers for the video game department are contemplating going on strike to mimic the same process as WGA so they can ultimately get more financial gains for their work, which I am in all support of, especially since Spider-Man 2 is already completed. But anyways, then we got into PlayStation Plus versus Xbox Game Pass. I basically talked about CEO beef versus industries versus companies and how it's way more entertaining than rapper beef. Like CEO beef is way more intricate and more detailed than rappers beefing because they are talking about some big numbers and a lot of different people are working under them versus a rapper who basically is vice versa. So I like covering that CEO beef, and I thought that was pretty interesting when I first found it. So hopefully you enjoyed that segment. Then we got to Sony going to invest more into first party studios and less on third party. And it's just one of those things where Sony is just realizing that their model is by far and away leading to success in this console war. And somehow Xbox is going to have to fight back. And I think with them acquiring Activision, they finally started to officially regain status in the console war. Then we got into our first segment about just entirely a video game and Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty DLC. Basically, Cyberpunk 2077 is one of those type of games where it was completely broken 3 years ago. I know some people, like 10% of the population, was able to play the game at start and get through it with no problems. But for most people, the game was a buggy mess. So much so that PlayStation took it off the digital marketplace. And y'all look up the last time that happened. Right, it didn't. So Cyberpunk 2077 was a atrocious launch and one of the worst launches in video game history. But now is at a point where it's one of the better games in video game history simply because the developers took the time to fix their game 3 years later, but they still did it. Fix their game, add DLC, and now it's basically the package that everybody thought they was getting at the beginning, and everybody is satisfied now. Then we moved along into Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. If you don't know, From Software is the developers that made Elden Ring. They also made Armor Core that came out this year. Basically, I talked about how Armor Core is not the game that you promote Elden Ring along with, because then the promotion takes away from Armor Core. So Elden Ring kind of had to sit on the back burner for Armor Core to get that spotlight and to have that highlight as far as the industry, right? So it makes sense that now Elden Ring DLC is starting to, rumors are starting to come about because it's allegedly going to have a trailer December of this year at the Game Awards show. So basically Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree, make sure to look out for that. Then we got to Peso Pluma versus the Cartel. And I think I broke the record for the amount of pleas copped in this segment. I'm telling you, the information I've heard, I've researched about the Cartel. I'm not chancing it in the slightest. I don't want them to. Alrighty. Y'all give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. What was I saying? Peso Pluma, Cartel. please clap. Okay, I might just restart that. Then we got into Peso Pluma versus the Cartel. And when I tell y'all, I think I broke the record for the amount of please cop in one segment. I kid you not, because I don't know what it is, but the research and the information that I've garnered from how the Cartel moves is not something where I want to play with. I don't want them to listen to even a minute of this segment and think I'm playing with their name, because let me tell you, that is surely not the case. I am being the utmost respectful, and that's why I'm gonna leave it at. So anyways, Nicki versus Cardi B was a fun topic. I like to end off on some fun topics. So we talked about Nicki versus Cardi B, and the fun part was Nicki, or Kenneth Petty, basically making a whole video with his goons saying they was outside just to be sentenced to house arrest for like 130 some days, so, or 120 some days. So that was hilarious. But what wasn't hilarious is how Nicki, for some reason, attached herself to somebody who's done unthinkable things, and if I said it, I would have to give a trigger warning. So her husband is just one of those type of people where her being so decorated as far as success wise and still choosing to marry and give a kid to this person is very disturbing and unfortunate, but people are willing to do with their life what they want. And I just wanted to point out how, disappointing it is as a Nicki fan for her to not choose somebody who's more of a just like a law-abiding citizen. Like, is that too much to ask for, to choose somebody that don't have the convictions of certain stuff that he's convicted of? I don't know. Maybe that's too much to ask. But anyways, simply, we got into Nicki versus Cardi and other things. So anyways, also Nicki versus Offset. Then we ended with Aubrey Graham versus Leonard, aka Drake versus Charlemagne. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was straight jokes, as I think there comes a point in time where you look at somebody and you just realize you get under their skin way easier and much more effective than they get under yours. And that's just how Drake and Charlemagne's relationship just has been over the time. Like, Charlemagne has always said stuff to get under Drake's skin. Drake has always said stuff back to Charlemagne that's just been out of character, that made him look a certain way to make Charlemagne even more right. So at that point, I think we can ultimately come to the conclusion that Charlemagne just has Drake's number when it comes to getting under his skin. Which is nothing wrong with that, because as a Drake stan, I would still point out that Charlemagne said Drake and SZA's record didn't seem like it was impacting that much, and it is currently the #1 track in the world. That's right, my GOAT is still on top. Pause. So anyways, that's about it for this episode, or that's about it for episode 129. Thank you for tuning in to this Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my Linktree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my Linktree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect. Not gonna lie, that is a wrap. I appreciate everybody who tuned in live. 35. Let me see. Yeah, I appreciate the 35 people who tuned in live over at Wisdom. I appreciate the people who tune in over at Kick, and people who tune in over at YouTube. What else? I guess I'll give it a minute if anybody wanted to, let's see. Yeah, I think I have the comment section up. If anybody wanted to comment on either platform or join in on Wisdom, I'll give it a second for that. I know some people like to hold their thoughts to the end. But with that being said, let me look over my notes. Wow. What else I want to get off? Oh, also, listen to my latest segment that's already up now, currently, on my podcast, where I'm talking about Tupac Shakur's murder suspect being arrested in Las Vegas. I covered that in its entirety. I think I did a pretty good job with that one. Once again, available on all podcast platforms via my Linktree and bio. And to end off, if nobody has anything to say, let me see. Yeah, okay. To end off, also, congrats to the masses, of course, as we surpassed 1.8 million total downloads in just 9 months under the hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. Tremendous amount of support coming in every single week, and best believe I don't take it for granted. That's why I do stuff like this, as going on 5 hours straight topics, and I ain't even tired. So I appreciate the support, and that's only possible because of the support that y'all give me, that I'm able to put so much time into this. So with that being said, I will catch y'all next stream. I think next stream will probably be like a regular gameplay, just me playing Mortal Kombat or something like that. But yeah, until next time, I'm out.